and welcome to potentially a technical issue-ridden session. As you may notice, my camera is moving pretty laggy and slowly and horribly. I apologise for that. There's not really been time to sort it, so
And
fingers
we're
crossed.
all freezing collectively as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is quite
I think
cold.
so.
Hence why I have my hood up.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I think
the
the
camera's freezing. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought
Yeah.
you meant
Yeah. The camera's
two and then two.
Yeah.
I think the internet is just having issues tonight, so please bear with us if there are any technical difficulties. We will obviously fix them as quick as possible and get back to the game. But again, it may not be as good as usual, but we'll do our best. Adversity breeds. I can't
Something.
remember the quote, but it breeds something.
Freeze.
Anyway.
Adversity breeds.
Adversity breeds. Adversity breeds. That's why there's so much of it.
Rabbits.
Anyway, joining me tonight, as usual, we have Net as Talia Darkthorn.
Hello, darlings.
We have Ben as both Valdizian and Urt.
Good evening.
We have Steph as Vienna.
Hello.
We have Reese as Blossom. And, sorry, we have Aaron as Xandal.
Hi.
Before we get into tonight's session, I believe there are a couple of announcements to get through, so I will now pass over to Ben and Annette.
Do you want me to go first?
You go first.
So, first announcement, as always, we do have a merch store. It is diceandmimics.com, where we've got some fantastic t-shirts, both Armatae campaign related and general D&D class related. So go and check it out. It supports the channel and keeps a lot of this ticking over and, you know, keeping going. And a big thank you to Sirenscape, which is one of the tools we use. If you need a way of putting copyright free music into your D&D campaign, along with atmosphere and sound effects in a really cool and simple kind of UI, Sirenscape is the way of doing it. We used to spend hours trying to get playlists and using bots, and we would always get like DMCA striked. So Sirenscape is a fantastic tool to avoid all of that stress. So yeah, thanks again for Sirenscape for providing that system for us. And then it'll be over to Dread.
Wow. For the first time ever, tonight's session is sponsored by Magpies and Trinkets. And we have a really cool thing to show off. We have their Hedron box. Their Kickstarter is live right now. So we'll be posting links in the chat on what you can do to go and pledge your money and get these goodies. So we're going to open this up and I'm going to show you all the cool stuff that you get with it. This wooden thing is basically the protective case, but as you can see, you could probably use this as quite a nice little art piece on your shelf at the same time. But we're going to open this bad boy up, take that off, to the goodies inside. So this is a Hedron box. So this is made from Jesmonite. It's polished, it has marbling, and as you know, you can't make the same marbling twice. So even if you buy the same colours as your friends, you're going to have a unique piece every time. It's available in black and white, blue and white, red and white, and green and white, I believe. But there are stretch goals that will unlock even more colours. So anyway, inside this lovely little thing, it's not just a little box. Well, I mean, it is a box. I don't know where I was going with that. But anyway, there's you've got these lovely little magnets on the inside, and it's a nice little felt thing. And then on the inside is the meat of the issue. This is a lovely Jesmonite D20. Now, these are obviously XL D20s, and they're very pretty. And it comes with this little box base that you can sit it on, so you can have your main roller on Pride of Place during your game sessions. You also get a lovely sticker. This is the Magpies and Trinket sticker. It's got nice little metallic bits on there. And yeah, that's the Hedron box, but we also have something else. We've been given a few extra dice. Hang on, some audio is playing in the background. That's very, very distracting. Let me turn that off. Right, okay. Yeah, so we've got some extra dice. And these are for a giveaway. So we'll be announcing this on Twitter. So basically, all I need you guys to do is comment on the Twitter account with post with your favourite class and why, and we will pick one of you at random. There'll be 2 winners, and each will win a dice. So you've got it's kind of like a black, grey, and white with gold inking, and then a yellow and white with gold inking. These are XL dice, so check that out. And as obviously, please check out magpiesandtrinkets.com and head over to their Kickstarter, and you can pledge your money and get one of these lovely Hedron boxes. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, those look like pretty cool dice. I don't have any giant D20s. That makes me a little bit
Oh.
jealous. But oh well.
Well, you will
Yes.
have one because you get to keep this because it's our first one.
Yay!
You got us here, so you get to keep the first one.
Freebies. I'll take
Yep.
it.
And just to add on, the giveaway post isn't actually live on Twitter yet. It will
Not
probably
yet.
be going
That'll
live.
be later after the session. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be likely going live Sunday, I think, or tomorrow. So keep an eye at Dice and Mimics on Twitter.
Yep.
Okay.
Get
So,
out of the way then.
we'll now go into the recap. Armatae had continued sailing from where they left off last session on their way from Maham to Ingbrook, the city of incantations, intent on meeting with the Gifsarai, the only Gifsarai they know, Brazag, the High Master of Ingbrook, to try and question him more about the other inhabitants of the Gifsarai's home plane of Limbo, which is the Slard, who the party have had some issues with recently.
Yeah, some.
That's fun.
But they continued sailing with a few interesting happenings along the way, including a submersible full of goblins, strange multicolored mists and water, and eventually docked at Brook End, which is the small town at the end of a canal. This canal led up to Ingbrook, the city of incantations, this large double helixing crystalline tower in the center of a smaller than they would have expected actual number of houses and buildings. But upon entering and eventually securing tourist passes, they were able to be escorted through and found that this double helixing tower had gateways that led to demiplanes, which is where the majority of the actual city seemed to be. Passing through into the entertainment district, they were met by sights, sounds, and smells foreign to them, with magic being heavily on display everywhere. They were then informed that Brazag was aware of their presence and had organized for them to stay at the Familiar Inn, the premier inn in the entertainment district. Heading to said inn, they found themselves at a beautifully maintained, sort of almost like classic Austrian ski lodge, complete with the compound having snow falling, despite the fact the rest of the entertainment district is a balmy, normal temperature. They saw what looked like potentially hot springs and saunas, but they made their way inside and were met by the owner, Lottie Lopier, and her familiar, Scritch, the homunculus. They then requested the most expensive room that they could get, as it was being paid for by Brazag, and were given as such, found their way there, and then began indulging in the luxuries they found themselves afforded by this space, including a automaton butler, food and drink of various types, and of course the various magical accoutrement that came with the room that so fascinated them, including the clap on and off lights. The lights go off. But that is where we catch up as you guys are enjoying and imbibing various food and drinks in this room within the familiar inn. What would you
Didn't
all
they
like
say
to do?
there were hot springs?
They also cost extra, so
Ah,
For us.
shit.
Well,
It's not like we're short
said
money.
what she said was the regular hot springs would be covered. There's
Ah.
special hot springs that aren't covered under Brazag's.
Yeah. So we could just
But
use
no.
the regular ones. And Val, you need to stop going around going, I have money, I have lots of money, you're going to get robbed.
We're
don't be showing
in a
off
room
that
by
gold
ourselves.
The underground is definitely here in this city. I have seen their markings. So be careful, there will be thieves about. You don't want to be touting that you have lots of money. Didn't you learn the last time when I had to break that guy's fingers?
Maybe. Val's kind of got a sheet of paper out and he's trying to design like a new flyer. And it's kind of inspired by his walk through to where he is now. And it just says, to find God, call 1-800-Tritherian. And it's got like the Tritherian logo on it.
Val, make me. This would be a perception check, sort of a belated perception check,
Okie doke. Perception.
because of what you've just said. We'll see if you've noticed something.
I've clicked the button.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Ow.
Technical difficulties. If this crashes me.
Did you click it on DnD Beyond? Like, it's a...
Yeah, it's...
Have you got the add-on links? Because we've had trouble with that before, haven't we?
You've got it on the same web browser, right? You've not got it
Yeah,
open on
it's-
Chrome and
it's
then
all
on
on-
open on...
Yeah, it's all on the same thing. Well, this is good. I have a +5, so I'm just going to roll it within...
Yeah, just roll it and tell me what you get for now.
Yeah.
If it,
I'm sure it'll roll at some point.
It's not
Yeah,
even
being a
rolling
pain is
on Roll20
Hang on, let me-
now.
DVR.
Not a good sign, so just in case.
Oh, I just
Oh, hang
rolled,
on,
one-
I just
rolled
heard-
something and it was... I rolled
No,
something
so-
and it worked.
Oh, that's yours.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I have my
I
dice.
heard
It's fine.
something. I have lots of dice,
Just in case.
Oh, God.
just in case.
Nothing's working.
Roll it on D&D Beyond. Just use the D&D
I am
Beyond
rolling it
dice
on
roller.
D&D Beyond.
No, on D&D
Who
Beyond.
just
bottom left.
opened the turn order?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise that would happen.
I am
Yeah,
clicking
on the
roll
on
it.
on the bottom left there is a round circle with a dice on it. Just use the D&D Beyond things because that'll show up in the journal, so Paddy will be able to see what you rolled.
If
I-
have
I'm-
D&D
It just
Beyond.
won't.
I'm
It just
doing the D&D Beyond thing, the within Roll20. It's not actually
Oh.
rolling anything.
to
Doesn't
everyone.
matter. Roll. Have you got a D20 there?
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Yeah, just grab one. If we have to roll physical dice tonight, then we have to roll physical dice.
Oh no, mine's broken too.
I know.
That's fine.
Oh, mine's bust. Oh, right.
I'm fine.
Everyone
wasted
wants
a
to
nat
use
20,
their
Aaron.
shinies.
Shiny plastic toys.
13. Including my
13.
+5.
Including your +5. Okay. There's something sort of niggling at the back of your mind, but not enough to really draw you away from designing this flyer.
Okay.
So you're designing a new flyer, okay?
Want to check out the hot spring, Piano?
Sure, why not?
Let's go relax.
Okay.
We go off to the hot spot.
Anyone else? Anyone else going
Blossom,
with them? Or...
Blossom, girls' night.
Sure.
Right,
And
girls'
Sandal's
night.
still just
Excuse
kind of sat
ourselves
on the
to
floor, having not eaten or drank anything, just
Oh,
still
you
in the
just
bag.
just leave Sandal to
Yeah,
to
it's
have his little
paranoia.
temper tantrum.
It's not even so much temper tantrum, he's just paranoid as all
You're
hell.
being a petulant child, Aaron. Come on, Sandal.
Okay.
Right.
So, the ladies head downstairs, except who is still sat in the room stuffing herself from trays of sweets that she's ordered from the room service menu.
As Vienna is
Diabetes.
like, slow down, you're going to make yourself sick.
Don't eat it all. Put some in the book.
Okay.
Not the stick.
She starts putting some in the book.
Not all of it.
But you guys head back down to that main sort of central area with the large central magical fire pits, the unseen servants moving along with the horned helmets, serving people at the bar. And you see Lottie Lopier sat there, and she looks up and goes, is everything all right with the room?
Ah, yes, it's quite lovely, actually. We were just going to have a little soak in the hot springs.
Oh, all right. Are you wanting the regular springs or some of the magical springs?
The regular will be fine. I think we've had enough magic from those cocktails.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed them. They're a bit of a specialty. Well, do you want me to tell you what the other springs are and the prices, just in case?
Sure, why not?
That's ask.
Okay. So the regular springs are obviously the usual. You have separated bathing and mixed bathing for those who prefer that sort of thing. But there is enchantments on the springs to ensure no funny business, just so you're aware.
No funny business? Like what?
Oh, come on, Polly.
Let's just say it's not uncommon.
Like naughty funny business or like magical naughty, like peeking?
Naughty funny business.
Right, okay.
Peeking is also removed in the separated springs, but not the mixed springs. If you're intending to go in the mixed springs, it's assumed you're happy to show off. Then we have what we call the bonus springs, and the restorative spring, and the luck pool. So the restorative spring is a nice spring that removes people, if you're overly exhausted or you've had too long at work, that sort of thing. We have a lot of researchers who burn out and do themselves damage, so they come here, and the spring soothes their muscles, their brains, all that sort of thing. Just sort of gets them back on their feet. That one's 5 gold to use. Then we have a couple of different pools that have magical effects. We have one that is a beautiful perfumed pool and has this slight shimmer on it that seems to make people more eloquent or more confident for a while. Then we have a deep red glowing pool that's slightly hotter, but seems to actually increase muscle mass slightly. Finally, there is the luck pool, and this one, the bonus, so the restorative is 5. The bonus, those 2 other pools I mentioned, are 10 gold each, and then we have what we call the luck pool. It's a bright gold in color and seems to bubble naturally with these small bubbles that float out, golden bubbles. Anyone who rests in it just seems to be lucky for a while. But that's
maybe we should take.
Per soap.
Oh, Jesus! Is it 100 gold each, or?
It's 100 gold each. Yes, 100 gold per person. 5 gold per person for the restorative, 10 gold per person for the bonus pools, and 100 for the luck pool.
What do you think? Should we take the lucky pool? Might be useful.
Fiona looks in her own pocket at her 5,500 gold.
Yeah, we've got the money, I know, darling.
Oh, Val's rolls just come through.
I've just closed everything and restarted everything, so it's going to be one of those nights.
That roll too.
Fiona pulls out 100 gold for herself and says, why not?
All right, we'll all get the lucky pool. I'll remove 100 gold. Okay. There we go.
She takes everyone's gold and hands each of you a golden key, like a small golden key, and she points down the way, and you can see towards where you saw the steam from the pools, you can see that there is a number of doorways. There is one that is like men's and women's changing, and there is just a curtain there, and then there is one that is a locked door with a green symbol on it. One is a locked door with a like rainbow effect symbol, one with a red symbol, and finally there is a solid gold door. And she goes, just use the key to go through the gold door. Take as long as you want, and enjoy.
Okay.
All right, let's get naked. I mean, let's go in.
Vienna kind of raises an eyebrow at Talia.
What? All right, we'll go through the gold door, I guess. Then.
Okay. As you
We should
unlock...
probably lock it behind us.
Well, as the first person approaches and turns the lock, their key vanishes in their hand as the door opens, and they feel themselves pulled through, and the door then closes. Done in such a way to stop it from like you opening the door and letting a bunch of people through.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Probably means no one without the key is going to get in.
Indeed. But each of you unlocks and enters, and you find yourselves in a small changing room. A number of lockers, baskets, various towels and robes available should you want them. There is just this soft, faint golden glow coming from a curtained off doorway just a little ways away. And you can feel the faintest brushes of cold wind coming in from around the curtain.
Yeah, outside pool. Ow. Getting clawed by my cat.
I saw him creeping up on you.
He's like, I got you. All right, let's go in. I guess.
Vienna's just started undressing.
Yeah. Just take our clothes off. Me and Vienna don't care. Put our clothes in a
I'm
basket.
covered in fur as well, so doesn't
Yeah.
matter so much to me.
As you step
we'll go outside
through the curtain, you find yourselves in a rocky area. There is walls that have been erected to ensure privacy between the pools. You can hear people in the other pools, and you can see some of like the glows and effects from over the walls. But directly in front of you is a very, compared to some hot springs you've seen, this is probably on the smaller side. It can probably only fit probably 8 people comfortably, 10, 12 at a push. But it is this vibrant, glowing gold. And as you sort of dip a hand in and pull it out, it almost looks like you've lifted up molten gold and it's just flowing out of your hand. And at the edges of the pool, there are just these faint golden sparkling bubbles that come up around the edges of the pool and just float up into the air and then just vanish.
Glad when she said golden, it really is the color gold. I was a little worried that it was going to be like yellow and warm and wet and
like pee.
Yeah. Marketing is good. Make it gold, and then it's less weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna slide into the water and just
The water is beautifully hot, and there just seems to be this. As you just lay there in the water, you just feel this feeling suffuse your body of happiness and well-being. It's almost like getting drunk, but without drinking. It's like you're just feeling that slight giddy lightheadedness, but from the tops of your fingers to the bottoms of your toes. It's just all-encompassing and just this wonderful, happy, nice feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vienna will kind of follow after her.
Feels pretty good, Vienna. You getting in, Blossom?
Yeah, I'll follow.
Yep. As you all get in from a rock by the side, a small tray floats out. And you see upon it there is a complimentary small bottle of water with a couple of glasses and a little note that sort of lights up on the side playing, "Please remember to remain hydrated."
How thoughtful.
Vienna grabs a glass.
I'll take it anyway.
Okay. So, just so you're aware, no matter how long you spend in this pool, you now all have 1 luck point to spend at your leisure. That luck point remains until you use it.
So we've still got inspiration, but what does the luck do? Is that just like a reroll? Is that
luck
succeed when you would fail? What is it?
Luck is a reroll. So if you roll something and you don't like it, you can re-roll it. Whereas inspiration.
And I'm
is
assuming we take the new roll or whatever, or we're allowed to take whatever's highest.
You have to use the new roll on a luck dice.
So luck could also be unlucky because you could roll worse.
Yes.
That's fair. Alrighty.
Inspiration's advantage, luck, unless it's from the lucky feat, is just a reroll.
Right.
But yeah.
Vienna will just kind of like scoop up some of the water and just watch it trail out of her hands with like just gold.
Quite pretty, isn't it?
I'm usually one for gems more than gold, but
Right. It's nice.
Okay. As the ladies spend a lovely time, probably bonding, gossiping, doing whatever it is ladies do in such situations, I wouldn't know.
I've just seen that game. So
we
big.
move to Xandal. Xandal, you hear as you are sat sulking on the floor whilst Val is clapping and playing with the torches and Ert is stuffing pastries into a book. You just hear in the back of your mind, why are you being this, Xandal?
Because this man will take everything he can get.
I think this man is too busy to take anything, if I'm perfectly honest with you. If he is running a city of this scale and scope with this much magic involved, I doubt he has much time for anything other than running this city.
I don't trust this area.
Trust is something that is hard to come by and maintain, admittedly. What I would say is, don't discard knowledge for pride's sake. I'm not saying steal their ideas, Xandal. I'm saying look at how they've done things and think, could I do it better? Could I do it a different way? Is there a way I could achieve the same effect with my own abilities? I know I've taken a few notes personally as I've been looking through my sigil whilst you've been walking through here, and there are some things here that are definitely worth looking into and potentially adopting into my own domain. But why not do the same? Instead of sat here sulking, use the opportunity.
I'm paying attention to what's going on around me. My concern is, with the amount of work that I have, and the nature of where it's came from, I should have left it on the ship.
Then just don't show it. It's in a personal pocket dimension. There are very few beings that could access something like that. Just don't remove it from it during your stay here unless you are certain that you are in a safe location.
Very well.
Consequently, also, you don't have to show anyone anything you don't want to.
I kind of glance over at the gauntlet that's attached to Val's arm. Yes.
I mean, that gauntlet is not yet finished. I would probably reclaim it from him sooner. It does need, shielding and such putting on it.
Refinement. Yes.
Yes, it could potentially explode and take off his arm at the elbow. I don't think you want that.
Would that remove the sun shield?
Suddenly it becomes a very fitting hat.
But
deep down, Ben's dying.
All I am saying, Xandal, is keep an open mind. These people do not know anything about your constructs. You've left them behind, and also, Have you seen that automaton butler?
I
It
have.
is
I've also seen the
it
boat's
is-
engines.
Yes, but they are. I've seen your work. These are crude in comparison. Yes, they work. Yes, they are a idea that you have not yet implemented, but the engine was inefficient, and it appeared to need a external power source. In this case, the dwarf piloting it was funneling spell energy into it to make it work. Surely it would be better to make such a thing internally power generating so that any person could use it. As for the automaton, did you not notice how its responses are limited? How it does not appear to have a wider band of intelligence? I understand that it could talk, but it was, again, seemed to be codified responses. Compare that to, I know you didn't design Emily, but compare that to Emily and it is miles behind. Even compare that to your other construct. What was it? Hager?
Hager. Yes.
Hager, yes. Hager had a level of sentience that was impressive. Incredibly so. Though it was a tool and a construct that you designed, it had facets of a personality beginning to grow. These constructs here do not seem to have that. These have been the basic idea has been taken and then has not been built upon.
Yes.
So do not feel like you are behind by any means because they have designed things differently or have gone down different routes from you. You just haven't yet explored them. Think again. Think, look at that engine and go, could I do better? The answer is indubitably yes.
I do have an idea for the engine, and it's towards my main goal as well. Which,
Then-
if you've obviously been through the recesses of my mind, you know which it is about.
Oh, no. I don't go delving into your mind, Sandal. I would not do that without permission. I see surface thoughts and occasional flashes here and there, but you would feel if I was rooting in your brain. It would be quite rude of me. We're trying to build a cordial back and forth relationship here, not any sort of subterfuge.
Of course. Speaking of which, in your time amongst your planes of existence, have you ever seen anything that has affected the ground as much as this black rot thing? And he'll go on to describe the
The desolation.
essentially the desolation. Yeah.
I have seen a couple of things that could be linked to such a thing. My own domain is currently experiencing something not similar but parallel. I've told you about how my domain exists amongst an area called the Mists, correct?
Yes.
So, at one point, one of my students took it upon themselves to try and impress me. They planned a great ritual, gathering arcane focuses and reagents without my knowledge, and attempted to pierce through the mists back to my own material plane.
Well, that's
They
a
failed.
foolhardy task.
Indeed, if it's something I could not even theorize, how could they have hoped to do so? But they tried, and they failed, and now they created a hole in my domain, and the mists are flowing in. And where the mists touch, they destroy. I have managed to mitigate this by forming anchors. The mists seem to be attracted to anything with a high enough magical content. So to make sure they didn't go near population centers, we made these glyphs out in the wilds. The glyphs give off a strong magical aura, and it draws the mists to them. Obviously, this has issues with blocking parts of the realm, but I tried to make it so that it was areas that were not necessary for continued survival. But I worry what will happen once the glyphs are consumed. I feel we have a number of years yet before that is even a possibility, but it is a similar scenario. I have also heard tell of things such as corruptions in other domains here that act similarly to what you've said, but again, this is all hearsay. It is not something I have witnessed with my own eyes. It is not something I have been able to research or catalogue. The best I have is occasionally the odd mistwalker as a student who I can send out to such places, but they are a rare commodity, and I am loath to risk them on such foolhardy endeavours.
I have a theory on your quandary, at least, whether or not it is an actual legitimate theory or not, but I do have one. Your student gathered various focuses and reagents, you said, yes?
Indeed.
My theory is that various focuses and reagents, think of them like magnets. They will oppose and attract one another. If you have multiple focuses that are opposing each other, they're not going to work as needed, which is probably what caused the tear in the first place. You essentially need to reverse that.
That is certainly something to look into. I will begin doing some research myself and have some of my higher level students, my trusted ones, begin looking into this as well. Thank you for the idea, Xandal.
It might not get you out of your prison, but it'll at least stop the mists from leaking further, hopefully.
Indeed. We shall have to wait and see. But again, please stop sulking. It does not become you.
Yeah. People always
I
have
don't know if you've ever
expectations of me
seen
that
a
they're not
sulking
pleased with.
child. I don't know if you've ever seen a sulking halfling, but it far too much looks like a sulking child throwing a tantrum.
Yeah, you should have met my brother.
I have not seen your brother yet, but if I ever do, I'll enjoy the parallels, I'm sure.
Yeah, he walks around like he's had his face slapped multiple times.
Most middle siblings do, I believe.
Hey, do the rest of us know about Xandal and his?
I
Val
know
I was going to
Valdez,
say
Valdez
I
and
don't,
Talia does.
really.
Well, she
Talia
knows
is, well,
she's
aware of the
she's sensed
entity.
an evil and a good presence, depending on what
Yeah.
one she looked at, because she used fates to look at it.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for one day Vierna's going to walk past us like, why is Xandal talking to himself? Do we need to watch him?
I mean, this
We'll
is
be
all
just like,
mental.
no.
Yeah, this is all mental.
telepathic conversation.
Oh, yeah.
He's just
okay.
sat there going,
No, he's
Yeah.
pretty-
having a
he's
mental
probably sat there.
conversation.
It started off like just him hugging his bag, just like staring at the wall, sat on the floor, sort of thing. And now he's probably just looking like he's concentrating on like one particular spot on the wall.
I'm just imagining him like, you know how when you have a conversation, your expressions kind of change, and it's just randomly having like expression change, and it's just like,
It's
like a very
gonna
interesting
be
spot
everyone
on
else
that
going,
wall.
yeah.
is everyone else going to be going, is Xandal having a stroke?
Do we need to watch him? Does he need medicine?
We need to call a healer.
Paddy, you know my shield? I have a quick question. In terms of the storage of attacks that I am resistant to, it doesn't say on the sheet how long the storage lasts for. It just says that it can hold one type of damage at a time. Does that mean it just stores one type of damage permanently? Or?
I would say that if you have damage in there and you take a long rest, that damage will disappear.
Okay.
So if you
makes sense.
just have it in there and you don't take a long rest, then yeah, it'll stay there. But when you take a long rest, it'll just take it and get rid of
Reset.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. To this point that Val has finished his flyer and he sees Xandal in the corner, semi-sulking, semi-staring. And obviously he's had a bit to drink at this point, and he's just like, Xandal, I want to try an experiment.
Yes? What? As he absent-mindedly reaches for like one of the treats on the table, finally going to eat something.
I know
he doesn't know which one's which.
I know the
does he accidentally eat the spicy shit that Octalia ordered?
Roll me a d6 odds.
I was gonna say that's on
She
fire.
would have eaten it all. She doesn't need to eat. She would just have had some for the flavour sensation and probably left some.
You grab this small like what you think it's just a piece of meat with some weird looking seasoning on it. Pop it in your mouth. Roll me a con save, Xandal.
You don't have fire resistant, bro.
25.
25. You sort of go, oh, okay, that's actually quite spicy, but it's tasty. But probably shouldn't have too many more of those. Otherwise, you will be finding out whether the toilets use a disintegration glyph.
Yes. Sorry, Val.
Yeah. I know the gauntlet's not ready, but I've had a thought, and I just want to try something. Are you okay? How are you feeling? Are you up for taking a little bit of damage if I try something and it either goes wrong or goes right?
We can experiment. Yeah, certainly. Maybe. Do we think there's somewhere that we're maybe not going to get charged for damaging a room, though?
It probably won't damage the room.
Okay.
And Val is going to basically stick his head down towards his chest, and he is going to lightning breath weapon himself.
Okay. So, as a dragonborn of your scale type, you're already resistant to lightning.
Yep, and then I get resistance from the shield as well.
Yeah, resistance doesn't really stack.
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
It's fine.
But yeah, I mean it's point blank. If you're pointing at yourself and opening your mouth at yourself, you've instantly failed the dex save. You can't dodge this.
That's fine.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. So that's 8 damage.
That's a low damage. Okay. So yeah, so 8 damage, and then I'm guessing you're wanting to use the ability on the shield.
I want to see if I can tell whether it's stored that damage into the shield or whether it's because I've never tried that ability since it's become awakened or accepted.
So as your reaction, you store some of the damage.
Yeah.
So halved again. So you would have taken 4.
Yeah.
So it's halved to 2.
Yeah.
And the other half has now gone into the shield. So there is 2 lightning damage stored in the shield.
And I'm gonna kind of put my hand out towards Xandal and try and do the 2 damage towards Xandal.
Not how it works. You have to take damage for the
it's
for
resistance.
it to come out. No. What it is it's like an armor of Agfit effect.
Right. Okay.
So there's 2 lightning damage stored in the shield. The next time something does physical damage to you, you can then have the shield lash out, dealing part or all of the stored damage to the attacker.
Cool. Xandal, I need you to hit me.
What?
I need you to hit me.
Do you guys need a room?
Really hard in the face.
You might have to bend down for that.
It's like a Fight Club moment. I want you to punch me as hard as you can. Like, yeah,
First
I bend
rule.
down.
I am going to punch you as hard as I can.
I mean, I'm guessing that Brazag is not dodging, so you don't
Nope.
need to roll to hit. You're just gonna hit. Roll a.
Okay.
It's an unarmed strike. D4 with strength mod behind it.
1.
So Val, you take 1 bludgeoning damage, which I
Cool.
believe you're vulnerable to.
Yeah,
So that's 2.
yeah, that's fine. And I'm gonna try
and-
and release the.
Yeah. So, Xandal, as you smack Val in the face, you see like some of his scales. Like you didn't think you put much force behind it, but some of his scales actually like crack a little bit, and you're like, oh, okay. And then suddenly,
Oh, shit, sorry.
from then you sort of your eyes sort of glance at the shield, and you watch as lightning crawls up his arm to the point where your fist meets his scales, and then it's like a taser just zaps you for 2 points of lightning damage.
So it works then. Did you feel that? Oh, you're muted.
You dropped him so much.
Yeah.
Ow! What the hell is that?
That's a temporary solution until your gauntlet's ready, I guess. I can store my lightning damage in here.
Okay.
Get him to spend hours making him a gauntlet. Has a fucking item that does exactly what it does. Almost.
Kind
Not
of.
quite.
I
Not
can't
quite.
do that, but it's something that.
There's also the fact of he has to hurt himself to store the damage.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure the gauntlet's probably more convenient.
Yes.
Yeah. Give me the gauntlet. I'm going to work on it.
Cool. There you go. At least I now
Okay.
know how this works, and I've tested it, and it works. Val
that's
just
quite
goes.
nifty, especially once you used your shroud as well,
Oh, what?
which is the shroud, which is part of the glove.
Oh, yeah. True.
Yes.
And Val is just thinking to himself, I bet whoever made this is actually giggling at me doing that as well.
You actually hear in the back of your head just this weird voice just go, oh god, he did it, he did it.
You're
It was the
welcome.
equinox. It was the equinox.
It probably fucking is. It probably is.
So I will apply that damage, that whole 4 points of damage.
Yep. Okay.
I still had temporary
So-
hit points, that's why I was willing to give it a go. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
So,
Yeah.
I would say
this is Andrew's
probably
gonna
by
work
this
on that.
point, a couple of hours have passed. Ladies, do you return from the hot spring, or are you still enjoying the
think
soothing
we'll
golden
we'll-
waters?
come back to our room, I think.
Yeah, there's
Not
only
long
so
enough,
much,
long enough
you
soak.
When you return to that dressing room, you find all of your clothing washed and dried, and all of your armor and weaponry has been polished and greased and taken care of for you as part of the service.
Carly's immediately going to take a full inventory of everything to make sure nothing is missing because she doesn't like the fact that someone's touched her stuff without telling her.
Does that include
Is
As
everything
you
there?
sort of everything is there, and as you sort of are taking stock of everything, you just see this a what looks like a silk sash just wandering through the room, just like floating along, and you realize, oh, there's unseen servants in here who've been doing this.
That doesn't mean she's any less suspicious, but yeah. But everything's
no,
there. Okay,
everything-
cool.
Everything is present and correct.
Oh, well, extra service then, I guess. They're going to come back and we're going to look so nice. I don't think my armor's ever been this clean.
Neither's mine, to be honest. Well, not the armor, but the clothing, definitely. In fact, I'm pretty sure it looks like, yes, the rip in my coat has been fixed.
Oh, that's good. Worth the money then, definitely. And I feel super lucky. All right, Let's head back to our room. Let's see whether Xandal's finished sulking yet.
And
As
make sure
you-
Earth's not filled herself.
And make sure the Earth hasn't vomited everywhere.
Yeah.
As you guys leave that golden door, it closes behind you with a solid click. And as you walk through, you can see Lottie Lopir, the Harengan owner, just sort of looks at you and smiles and goes, "Enjoy yourselves?"
It's very nice.
Yes, it was quite lovely. Just a little warning that someone was going to touch my stuff would have been nice, but everything
Oh,
was accounted
I'm a-
for, so no harm done.
Some of the unseen servants get a bit overzealous.
I
Sorry
mean,
about
I've been meaning to get my clothes like laundered or whatever for a while, so it saves me having to do maintenance on my weapons, I guess. Thank you.
You're welcome. As you guys head back upstairs, you enter the room and you see Val slightly lightning charred, Xandal with his hair stood all on end from a lightning shock, Val with some cracked scales on one cheek, and Ert just sort of flopped out underneath the table, just holding her belly and just going, "Oh."
Vienna's just stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, and she goes, "I don't know what's
Can't-
weirder, the situation or the fact that we should be used to this by now."
Like, we can't even leave them unattended for more than 5 minutes without them doing something. What did you do?
Simple experiment.
Experiment? Care to
I-
elaborate?
Yeah, had shocking conclusions.
Yeah. I just got Xandal to hit me as hard as he could.
You know, we gave you that item, right, to protect you, right? Don't.
You didn't give me the
doesn't mean you
shield.
have... No, the other item, you idiot!
Oh.
We gave that to you to stop you from getting hurt, and then you just intentionally get yourself hurt? Like, that's not the point was to...
I mean, that's why I asked Xandal
Do
to
we
hit
need
me.
to give you an intervention? Are you okay, Van? Like, do you want to die? Like, is that what this is? Like, is
No.
this a cry for help?
I mean, if I wanted to actually get hurt, I would ask somebody who could punch to hit me.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, Xandal's not really the punchy type.
Xandal gets out his hammer. All right then.
Yeah, let's try this. No, the fact that Xandal's probably sat there with like the glove on his lap and he's working out like more of the intricate details with like the scrap metals from when he was forging. He's probably also snagged one of like Val's flyers just to sort of like start engraving the logo of Tritherian on it for him.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
Bert, what did we
Romance.
tell you about not eating too many sweets?
That too.
And you didn't listen, did you?
No,
Do you wish that you did?
No
I
regret.
regret nothing.
There's
Poke,
no hope for you,
poke.
child.
Poke.
Poke her, don't poke her in the belly. I'm stood right next to her. My suit just got
There is-
clean. I do not want to get puked on.
There is a massive belch that smells of caramel.
Twilight takes a leap back. You are not throwing up on me. Go sleep it off.
She just sort of gets up and crawls over to one of the doors, opening into a room with where beyond you can see a 4-poster bed, the ensuite, walk-in wardrobe, all the works. She just closes it behind her.
Right, so
She's gonna wake
Shall
up with the
we-
worst heartburn in the morning.
probably. Shall we retire for the evening then, and we'll discuss our next moves in the morning over breakfast?
Sounds like a plan.
Sure.
Awesome. I want to go and check on Guntor in my mirror, so I bid you good night. And then she'll go to her own room.
Yep.
Pull out the mirror and have a look, see whether Guntor's about.
Okay. As you look into the mirror, there is a very mild time difference between Maham and here. Probably about an hour. So you sort of look in, and you can see the mirror is propped up on the bar. You can see Gunter busy working, moving around. He doesn't seem to have noticed the mirror himself.
I'm just gonna
but
stare
Rook
at his
sort of
butt
catches-
appreciatively.
But Rook seems to notice you in the mirror, looks at Gunter, looks at you, sort of cocks like his head to one side as if to say whether he should notify him.
She'll like gesture, get Gunter.
Rook turns around, looks at Gunter, and then does something that you never thought you'd see Rook do. Slaps Gunter on the ass.
And it's like clapping her hands. Like,
Gunter,
yes!
Gunter shoots up, right, like turns and like stares at Rook as if like the world has ended, and then Rook just sort of like you
Points at the
see
mirror and
Rook's
I'm just
feet
pissing myself
move
off.
and points at the mirror, and Gunter just runs over and is like grabs the mirror and waves.
Aw. She'll be
And
like,
you two spend some time in yeah, silent
we'll spend time
communication.
trying to communicate silently. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything anyone else would like to do?
Xandar's just going to work on trying to perfect the glove until he passes out,
Okay.
as he inevitably does.
Okay. You don't make much progress here because obviously you haven't got the correct tools, you haven't got resources with you, you don't have a forge, you don't have a workshop. But you start making some improvements on the internal wiring and little things that you can do, and a couple of
Yeah.
aesthetic changes. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I think for Vienna, she's in a place where she's a little bit overwhelmed with magic, and the fact that her luck with her own magic is a little bit shocking. She's actually just gonna do like little magic stuff just to like practice,
Okay.
like using them
To
a
just-
bit more.
Okay. So you just sort of relax in your room doing the odd little cantrip or
Yeah,
trick.
just try and
Eldritch blast the
Practicing
door.
more like practicing invocations and that sort
Yeah.
of thing, and making use of things like that. Okay. Anything from Blossom, or is Blossom just going to bed?
I think I'm just passing out.
Okay. The night passes uneventfully, and the next morning you all awake and reconvene back into this common area. Looking a little bit like she didn't sleep overly well and has got some big bags under her eyes from the sugar crash that she's obviously experienced during her sleep. But sort of like pulls out the book and immediately pulls out a pastry and is like,
Yeah.
so what we doing today?
More exploration, I guess. Until
Trying to get Brazag's attention, I guess.
I think we agreed we were going to try and up our stars somehow.
Oh, entertainment district, there was some kind of
Yeah,
competition?
There was something
Oh, that's a
going
sort
on.
of.
Yeah.
I think that's tomorrow, not today, though.
Yeah, you were
Said
told
something
the
about it being
Arcanum.
a few days. Yeah.
The Arcanum takes place in the Grand Lyceum, and it was in 2 days' time when you were told. So that's now the next day. The Grand Arcanum is due.
There was definitely something else we said we were going to do. We were going to look at.
Oh, the
There
shops.
was also
We were going to
the
the shop.
shopping
Yeah, we
district.
were gonna. Yeah.
See if there's any cool magical items we can get.
Okay. So you guys head out of your room and down. You don't see Lottie Lop here. It doesn't look like she's up and awake yet, but the unseen servants are moving around, serving breakfasts and drinks to people who come in. But you guys make your way back out of the familiar inn, through the snowing courtyard, and then back out into the entertainment district proper. And again, it's still nighttime out here. Like, the whole entertainment district appears to be in a constant, like, full moonlit night. With just outside of the familiar inn, there's just cherry blossoms falling everywhere, but inside the familiar inn, it's snow. It's a bit weird.
How
But
does anyone track of time in this place if it's permanently night? Maybe that's why. People don't know how long they've been here. They've spent more money, I guess, right? It's like why there's no timekeeping pieces in gambling places, so people don't know how long they've been there.
Sure, it'd get
Okay.
very tiresome though.
Definitely.
Mind you, I'm used to it. It's always night where I used to live. No, sorry, correct that. It's always dark.
I was going to say, you lived underground. The seasons,
Exactly.
the night and day doesn't change just because you're underground.
Exactly. If some of us might be used to it.
Okay. So, do you guys make your way back the way you'd come back to the gateway that will lead you back to the base of one of the crystal towers?
Yeah, I guess we're heading to wherever the shops are.
Okay.
If we can
So
remember the
making your
direction.
way back through the entertainment district, you pass by all the same places that drew your attention the last time. Just sort of passing through. If everyone could make me perception checks, please.
I
I
rolled.
Yeah,
I
it's come
rolled.
through. It's come
No,
through.
that
Go
rolled. Where? Ah, I see. 18.
Yep.
Right,
For
okay,
me.
cool. The chat didn't. It was still further up. It hadn't updated.
Okay. All right. So for most of you, you're just enjoying the sights, sounds, magic that you can see on display. Valdizia,
Hello.
you're the only one who notices. You guys noticed previously Talia pointed out certain alleyways that had got the thieves' can indicating that this was the entrance to the back alleys. As you sort of glance down one of them, Val, further in and quite a way back, you just see very, very briefly, like just a flash out the corner of your eye, a figure in a dark cloak with a blank, faceless mask. But as you turn to look, they're gone. It was just like this very brief flash out the corner of your eye. You barely met the DC, so
It's fine.
Bye.
We don't know. Let's pass it.
Yeah.
Val, you're alright? What's up?
No, it's...
Val?
It can't be.
Val, what did you see?
You know our masked friends from a little while back? When we first got to
Faceless?
Maham?
Did you see a faceless?
I think so. I can't...
mean, yeah. From the glance you got, it may not have been. You don't know. It could have just been someone wearing that sort of mask, just not wanting to be recognized. You can't say for certain.
Yeah.
But you saw what you saw.
This is bad, Val. This is very bad. The vision, you know, the thing I've been trying to research on. If they're here, I know one of those stones is here. If they're here, then we need to get Brazag and we need to get him right now. It
might just be my mind playing tricks on me, but the mask looked very similar. But I only saw it for a second. Who knows? Maybe there's like a kinky place that has special masks and it's just one of the standard masks for around here.
I'm gonna go down the alleyway and check.
Okay.
Vienna
you make
kind
your
of
way
catches
down.
up and says, "What's going on?"
Yeah, Vienna, Blossom, and Randall, you've got no
Yeah,
idea
we
what's
don't
happening
know.
here.
Val thinks he might
Xandal,
have saw the faceless.
The who?
Yeah,
They might
Xandal,
be
you
the
would know
faceless.
rumors. That's about it.
None of you know what it is. I mean, we're the only original members. They attacked Maham, stole something incredibly important that I've seen visions of. I still don't know the significance of it, but if they're here, then this is pretty bad. So I'm
alongside
going
drugging
to check.
entire towns and trying
Stealing
to murder
people's souls
people.
and summon huge demons from fuck knows where. Right, I'm going to go check. Come with me. Let's make sure.
Vienna's just like,
Be sneaky down the alleyway.
Yeah, usual us
usual
stuff.
chaos.
And end of the world shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Let's go. So I'm gonna be sneaky down the alleyway and see if I can catch a glimpse.
So roll me a stealth check then, please.
19.
19. You sort of make your way quietly down the alleyway, moving as carefully as you can, coming up to the corner where Val said he saw the person.
Now, +5 to
Oh.
that, technically, but yeah.
You sort of glance around the corner. Nothing there. The alleyway stretches on further, but there's no one in it. There's a couple of doorways that lead off it, but none that look like they're ajar or open.
Can I look around, see if I can see any footprints or marks, scratches, anything, to see whether
Go
someone's
ahead.
even been down here?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Fuck's sake, every
15?
fucking... Yeah.
You sort of look around. There's traffic that goes through these alleyways. There's footprints in the dirt, in like the loose dirt and that sort of thing, and the cobbles. A couple of them have got scuff marks on, so obviously people do move around here. You can see a couple of doorways that look like they're frequented on occasion. There's like cigarette butts or pipes, like pipe residue, that sort of thing, but nothing that suggests anyone's been there recently.
See anything? Do you think I should use the eyes? Just to make sure? Scope the place out a bit more, or do you think we should leave it and see if we see them again?
I mean, did anyone go with you, or is it just you down there?
Fiona
'Cause-
should be behind me.
I
thought
think
she'd
I
follow
went
me.
to the entrance of the alleyway, but I didn't go down the alleyway.
Yeah, I asked Fiona to come with me, but whether she did or not.
Oh, muted.
Okay. You're
Ah.
muted, Steph.
Yeah, it means I've got to roll a stealth check as well, which I'm not.
Well, no, if you were hanging back by about 10 feet, then you can.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
I,
say you
I'd
did-
have
you
been
didn't
have
slightly
to.
behind. Yeah. You can try by all means, but just bear in mind there's so much magic in this place.
Yeah.
Could have scrambled
is
with
the
Val's
question.
head. He said he wasn't sure.
Leave it for now, but let's keep an eye out. So I'm gonna head back to the group, but I am watching every alleyway. Like, she's not even paying attention to shopping, it's completely out of her mind. She is completely paranoid. So I'm constantly looking to see if we're being followed.
Okay, go ahead and make me a perception check then, please, Talia.
25.
25. You don't see anyone following you. You don't see any other signs of... Well, you see people dressed similarly to what Val described. There's people like in cloaks and hoods moving around, and you see a couple of them have got like face masks covering the bottom half of their face. Most of them in a couple of different colors. There is white, there is pink, red, green, but they're also got like trim on the robes that's the same sort of color. You get the feeling these are maybe mages of different
Uniforms.
schools.
Hmm.
Yeah, uniform of some kind. But you don't see anyone wearing a full face mask. You don't see anyone wearing a faceless mask.
Let's carry on. I'm just going to be keeping my eyes out. I'll just follow the group.
Okay.
As everybody
You
comes
guys
back
make
through
it-
the corridor, through the alleyway, Val's just going to go, is it worth us attuning to these now? And holds up the ring of telepathy. For at least those who bought the ring or have the rings. Certainly if we're going to go shopping and we lose lose each other, we can use the rings that way. And if we see something or get into trouble, if we're close by at least. At least we've got the rings.
I don't have one, so I'll just stick with one that does, but it's up to you guys whether you attune to them or not.
I have one.
We bought 5,
Everyone,
Yeah.
yeah, everyone but Talia bought one. You also bought a spare, I believe.
Yeah.
Just in
And
case
Sandal
you ever
doesn't
had
know
to
he's
go
got one.
Vienna will put one on. She'll try and attune to it.
I think Val's got Sandals, and Val is just going to grab Sandal's hand and put it on him.
Oh,
I mean,
finally.
I mean,
That's-
consent, bro. Jeez. Frickin' you can't just force someone to attune to
Val.
something. What if he had something he didn't want to unattune to? Jesus.
He doesn't have to attune to it. I've just given him the
Val.
ring, sort of. Yeah.
Val, as you put that ring on Sandal's finger, you just feel this shudder go down your spine, and in your brain you see this image of a winged woman basking in fire and fury.
And I go, swap fingers.
You trying to put it on his ring finger or something?
Which already has a ring on.
Wait, we don't know about that. Will Val make that connection?
Okay, I will have gone to put it and then just be like,
Yeah.
give him a look.
What? Why are you holding my hand? What's
Ring
with the
for
ring?
you. It's telepathy ring.
Okay.
Means we can communicate without having to talk.
Okay.
But why have you got rings?
Long story. I'll explain another time.
Okay.
Okay.
You sort of
So
like
he-
see Xandal's just gone bright red and he's just turned white.
And Val's just smirking, just like,
It's not a
Oh,
long
dear.
story. We know the story.
It's a very short story.
Yeah, you know, you get the sense that Xandal's just avoiding the entire conversation point blank.
So,
Cool.
for each of you who places on a telepathy ring and spends the 30 minutes to attune whilst you're walking, you can then, as the attunement finishes, you feel like this sort of click in your mind, and you can feel all the other rings within 80 feet of you.
I was just imagining
And
us
so
all
you-
like walking along, going testing 1, 2, testing in our heads.
Well, you can with the rings, you can only link to one person at a time, so you have
Right.
to mentally choose one of those links to activate. But yeah, you can then mentally talk back and forth with that person freely, as long as they are within 80 feet.
Sweet.
And it does now mean you can all talk about Talia, and Talia doesn't know.
What would we?
Instead of talk about
But
you,
We absolutely
nothing-
would.
Yeah, but what would you talk about her? Other than her being slightly unhinged, you don't know anything about her. You've never asked her anything. Like,
She's
what's
a bit
there
of
to
an
talk
Probably
odd
be-
one.
They'd probably be discussing what they think you and Gunter do in the bedroom.
No,
She's not
Fiona
ashamed of
doesn't
that,
need
so-
to imagine that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Val's gonna go to Vienna and just go, so with Xandal with the ring on his finger, how long do you think it's gonna be until Talia ...
Gossip.
I mean, I'm guessing that this is mental.
Yeah.
So
She kind of
I was
glances.
just walking along in blissful ignorance, no idea what they're talking about. Looking at every corner. In a fucking
So can these rings can be just directed at single people then, not just like
Yeah.
everyone in
so you
range?
can
Yeah.
connect.
Okay.
You can connect to anyone else with a ring within range, but only one person at a time.
Okay.
So no, you can't hear this either, Xandal. So
No, that's
as far
fine.
as you can see, like Val said that, and Vienna kind of glances down at Xandal, grins, then looks at Talia, grins, looks at Val, and just smirks.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys eventually get back to the portal, which is the exit way from this demiplane. And as you walk into this large marble arch, you find yourself stepping back out into that ring of same marble arches in the bottom of the crystalline tower. You can see the familiar arches, not familiar, but the ones you'd seen before, and you make your way across to the next one that says Shopping District. As you approach it and walk into it, your location again shifts and changes seamlessly without any sort of pull or weird sensations. And you find yourselves in a beautiful town, standing on a paved mosaic stone done in golds and silvers, stretching for a distance. You're in sort of like a small square, and then ahead of you, you can see stores and stalls, buildings, again, glowing illusory signs and random magical effects going off all over the place. You can see You can smell again the sizzling of, this time more like street food than anything else. And you can have the strange pungent odors and the occasional like minor bang or explosion from nearby. You can see people walking past with bags floating behind them, people with baskets full of strange tentacle like vegetables in one case. You're like, what the hell is that? But you keep moving on, and all the buildings are sort of this, think very much like Marrakesh. They're very open fronted, like awnings, that sort of thing. And the temperature is warmer than the entertainment district. It's like sort of a couple degrees warmer than you're used to, but it's not uncomfortably warm. But as you stand there and take everything in, it's just this heavy hustle and bustle everywhere. There's barkers and callers, people trying to draw attraction to their wares. You can see, like I say, various different stalls, some selling things like magical reagents, right next door to a stall selling vegetables. There's a butcher right next door to what looks like a potion seller, but it's like potion ingredients, but the more biological kind. And like you can see, like the butcher is like peddling like flesh from an animal. The potion person is like peddling the eyes from the animal, and it's very much like a linked business. So, what are you looking for? Or do you just want to have a look around?
It's more of a peruse. rather
Yeah.
than
Yeah,
a-
peruse, see if there's anything that takes our fancy.
Marbles.
Okay. So as
Marbles
you
for catapult.
walk around, as you move around, you can see there are various different places. There are what looks to be artificer shops, apothecaries. You can see enchanters with like very minor magical jewelry or personal protection, like stalls. There's things for like helping around the house. There is even a few stores that look like they're selling like minor automatons. You can see the guards are patrolling here, and there is a large number of like stone statues dotted around the place of like famous wizards or fighters from Ingbrook. Although Xandal, you hear in your head Hazlitt go, well, that's one way to hide your guards in plain sight. At least they're not iron this time, I suppose.
Stone ones. As he
Indeed.
kind of glances across at another one before sort of like walking into an artificer's shop without saying a word.
Okay. The artificer's shop you've walked into is called Scraps and Bolts. And the actual shop itself looks like a giant automaton head, with the glow of fires and the sound of hammering coming from within.
We've gone to nowhere, guys.
At that point, Vienna's like almost walking off and it's like, what? Oh, where? Xandal, where you gone? As if she was almost about to carry on, as Xandal just kind of did a U-turn into a shop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
yeah, you know, like-
Vienna
Like,
suddenly
it's
realised
magically
everyone
drawn.
crashed into the back of her.
Why are we stopping? What's going on?
Xandal's gone into the shop.
Oh no.
Sandal, as you enter, you can see there is a large forge in the back that is roaring and obviously currently in use. There are a number of shelves stocked with, you can see like various little pet automata that are currently not activated. Like there's little dogs, little cats, little like anything that you can think of that people may want to keep as a pet. There's hamsters, weasels, ferrets, owls, all carefully made out of cogs and articulated pieces of metal. You can see there's a couple of different types of power sources, a few gems, a few elemental crystals, things like that. And what at one point you thought was part of the forge moves. And standing up and turning as if she sensed you entering is a minotaur. You see she turns to look at you, large bull horns coming out of her head, which you know really should mean that she's male, but the dress she's wearing a shirt, waistcoat, and a hoop skirt. But out of the hoop skirt, there are chimneys coming out, and you can see little drawers that are like come into the out of the skirt that have like little cogs and little pieces of like artificer equipment sticking out of them. And this like her horns have got little cog ornaments hanging off of them, and she turns and looks at you and goes, "Yes."
Love it. Yeah.
Hi. Just looking at your wares to start with. He's immediately going to be drawn to the crystals, and he's just going to start like examining them.
Okay. You can see that there are a number of different types, and again, you get the feeling that they've got different types of crystals for different things. You can see, like, as you sort of glance at some of the automata, like, general, like, magical gems are used for those. But then you see that she's got a couple of larger, like, automata that are obviously meant to help around, like, the house or heavy lifting. They appear to be more being powered by the elemental crystals. So you get the feeling like that's done in such a way that it's just a single power source in her builds, whereas you're much more used to doing like gems in an arithmetic pattern to amplify the power of individual gems, to draw out more power, to power a full thing, or giving individual systems in a automaton its own power source. Whereas in this case, it's very much just
Yeah.
one power source. That's it.
Okay. So as I'm sort of like glancing through all these gems, because I kind of like, with the amount that I use, is there any that I think would be good for like powering the engines of the two constructs that I'm currently in the process of building?
As you sort of look and like take a look at some of the gems and some of the elemental gems, roll me a straight intelligence check with advantage because this is your jam. You are muted, sir.
Oh, I'm also going to use one of my Dormammu's for this.
Okay.
So, thank God for that. So that's, I believe, a +4 to it now because of me
Yep.
higher intelligence.
Level up.
Yep.
So that's 15. Okay, so
15,
looking
yep.
at the gems and the elemental crystals, you think you could do something with these. There's a number here that look like they're probably worth using. You'd have to maybe take some time and test out how they interact with each other. Like, you've got this vague idea that maybe if you took like one of the elemental crystals, placed it in a central thing, and then like placed the gems in a pattern around it, whether it could act as a really good amplifier. But you're not certain on the mathematics yet. It would take a bit more time and research, a bit of experimentation. As you're sort of picking them up and looking at them, this Minotaur lady looks down and goes, "You an artificer?"
Of sorts, yes.
You seem interested in the power sources. Have you got plans in range to make an automaton or two?
Restart power sources more than anything. But yes. Also, do you have any sort of like thin sheets of metal and the padding for gauntlets?
Not a problem. And she reaches down into one of the little drawers on her like skirt and pulls out a really nice roll of leather, places it down, and then snaps her fingers, and what looks like a crab automaton scuttles over to a large sheet of metal, and she goes, "How much are you wanting?"
I could probably keep a hold of some of them. With these crystals, and he kind of places the ones that he's been eyeing up down. Actually, how much have I got? About £3 worth of the leather and padding, and enough of the metal sheeting for one gauntlet.
Very well. And you watch as the crab just sort of like with its claws just cuts off a section of the metal and brings it across. And she goes, okay, and you're wanting those gems as well.
Yes, please. How much will all that come to?
So with the amount you've picked out, are you going to err on the side of caution and take a few extra for experimentation? Or are you just going to take the one set of the idea that you've sort of got half formed for the gems?
I may err on the side of caution depending on what her offer is.
Okay, so if you take 2 elemental crystals and 10 of the gems, she looks down and sort of adds it all up and goes, with the gems, I'll throw in the metal and the leather and padding for free, but we'll call it 1,200 for the crystals and
Sold.
gems.
Sold.
Very well. And she gets a small crate out, places the stuff in carefully amongst some straw, and then places the sheet metal and the padding in on top of it carefully, puts a lid on, hands it across to you. I look forward to what you're going to make. If you ever want to talk shop, feel free to come back, and I can always use another hand round the forge.
Of
He's
course.
done it again.
No, I
Also,
knew full well what was coming the
Married
moment he
lady.
said she. The moment he said she and Minotaur in the same sentence, I was like, oh, God.
Oh, here we go again.
Done it again.
I mean,
Another one for the
it's-
harem.
You've attracted a trans Minotaur.
Yes.
Because again,
Equal
bullhorn.
opportunities. Yeah.
Zandal, you done yet? Zandal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
you hear this in
coming,
your head.
I'm coming. As he's
also-
kind of like
you also
shoving
then hear
everything
Hadley
into
go-
the bag of folding.
You then hear Haslick in your mind going, "Oh, ow, that's feedback. Okay, don't like that. I'm going to have to work on that."
Wait, so can he hear it?
Haslick
it's
can
going into-
hear it. It's
Haslick
going
has
into
access to
Zandal's
every
mind.
single one of my sentences, yeah.
Ah.
Since it's telepathy, could Haslick use the ring as well?
No, Haslick
Oh.
cannot. Haslick,
no. He could
Haslick is sort of like in
Sandal to tell you something though, I guess. So we
Yeah.
could communicate with him technically.
Yeah, he kind
Yeah.
of like, okay, see you later, thank you. As he's sort of like being berated by voices in his head.
He's like, yeah, see you later. Like showing off the ring as he leaves.
No, because he's already got his gloves back on by now because
Oh.
like so he's shoving
Minotaur.
everything into the bag and just sort of like hurrying outside.
Or just watches you leave and then turns back around to her forge. Okay.
That's your fourth.
So.
Your harem. What's that? So we've got Finri. We've got the orc. As the orc
Orc lady.
bodyguard of the
Yeah.
silk sheets, I think.
Yeah,
The
but,
orc that was outside
no.
of your tower. Oh,
That's the
That's
same orc.
Mercia. The Goliath is Helga.
Ah, yeah. And then
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And that is one.
Minotaur, who is Morn Truth Figure, if anyone's interested.
Oh, hang on. Let me. Actually, no, because my notes
Oh,
are
sorry.
Tanya's knowledge. So.
It's Moomy Truth Figure.
Moomy. But yeah, my notes are more from Talia's perspective, so she's not met her,
Yeah.
so they're not going in my notes.
Okay. So, for the rest of you, while Sandal's been in there, you've probably been sort of having a glance around and like clocking the more interesting stores.
I'm still
the
looking for
ones
the
that-
faceless, but yeah.
You still don't notice anything. I don't even need to make you make a perception check there. So the ones that draw your attention is obviously there was Scraps and Bolts, which was this large automaton head. There is a shop called Enchanted Antiquities, which looks like a very small, thin shop, sort of squashed between a couple of others, but it's very rickety and unique looking. There is a squat building covered in ominous-looking protrusions and smeared with soot marks, which is which has a sign outside titled "Kill it with fire." There is a apothecary that has a lot of strange smoke and smells coming out of it, which is named the Melting Pot. There is a very vibrantly coloured store, almost like rainbow coloured, with various like weird magical effects going on around it. That's called Oswald's Oddments. And finally, there is a bright pink store with a flexing bicep as a sign, which has the title Manly Martial Arms, with manly being in caps. Those are the sort of ones that actually properly draw your attention. But if there's anything else you're wanting to look for, you can.
Be interested in some weapons, maybe replacing my other rapier with another rapier with special abilities, so that I have 2 fancy rapiers, because they have to be the same weapon type, don't they, for me to do that's what 2-weapon fighting is now called.
Well, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be 2 weapons of the same type. It just has to be 2 light weapons.
They have to be
Like, you
finesse.
can't use...
They have to be finesse for me, don't they?
Yeah, they have to be light and finesse weapons. Yeah.
It makes sense to have 2 rapiers then.
I think like a few of us would probably... Val would definitely be interested in the antiquity shop and the oddball shop. And just out of curiosity of how manly a manly shop can be, kind of want to have a look in the manly shop. But Val's also going to have a look, see if there's if there's any bookmakers around here, and see if they are doing anything like magical to copy books or reproduce books and that sort of thing. He's just going to keep an eye on for that kind of technology, even if it's like 1 page at a time, but it's an exact copy.
Go ahead and make a perception check, Val.
Okie dokie. Now my perception checks are working. 23.
Yep. 23. There are a number of bookshops. There are a number of what look like people who do printing as a business. And you can see that there is like various different methods. There's one stall that they take a book off of someone, submerge it in a potion, and then submerge it in another potion with blank paper, and you watch as the ink like doubles out of the book and onto the new sheets of paper. But that one looks like it takes quite a bit of time. There is another one where there is what looks like a mage who is literally just like casting a spell, and like a copy of a book appears. But as he sort of looks through it, you can see it's not quite perfect. There is an artificer's stall where they're like going through a book and then like setting up what looks like a printing press, and properly stamping out multiple copies of stuff. But again, it's not perfect. It's obviously, all of these are like businesses that they've got to a certain point, and then they've either run out of money and had to open up to earn money, or they've just gone, that's good enough, and it'll do, sort of thing.
That's fair.
But there's no major anything that massively goes, yes, that's an instant thing. The other thing you notice, and now that you think back on the entertainment district as well, you don't see any temples. You don't see anyone wearing any religious iconography. You don't see any statues to a god. All the statues around appear to be of mages or fighters who used magic, but none of them are like paladins or clerics. None of them are any sort of odd worshipping people that you may have heard about in history. This whole city seems to be very anti-religious, but very atheist in its beliefs.
That's fair. Recognizing this, Val is going to kind of make sure any flyers that he has done are kind of firmly in his bag and aren't going to slip out, just in case that there are groups that are anti-religious. And he's going to kind of just shift around his necklace and stuff so that it's a little bit more hidden than usual.
Yeah.
just on the off chance, because he doesn't know the town very well, so he doesn't know what kind of people are around, and just keep perusing.
Okay. So, which of the stores would you all like to go in first?
Weapons, please.
Okay. So you make your way over to Manly Martial Arms,
Yeah.
and as you enter into the store, you feel like you've stepped into like one of those like boudoir shops, like fashion shops that is trying to be high class but trying too hard. The whole place is pink for a start. There is like silk and
We're going with irony here, I see.
crinkled swaffeter and like, puffed up pillows, and there are weapons, but they're on like pink pillows on top of like nice white marble plinths. And you can see that there is also like a number of like weight sets and self-help books in a corner, but again, there is just like these small pink birds flying around above near the ceiling. You can see there is just this gentle fall of pink glitter in some corners.
I've heard of
yeah.
getting in touch with your feminine side, but this is something else.
It's then that you hear from the counter, well, one can only get so in touch before one has to get a bit more. And as you look up, you see a human. Again, you think female from the dress. Bleached
I
blonde
don't
hair
like
in a
to assume.
beehive hairdo, makeup done in tasteful pinks and blushes. A
Right.
functional feminine battle outfit, breastplate, skirt, nice pauldrons. But then there is a plaited mustache and beard that are done with that. Also bleach blonde like the beehive. And they step out wearing what look like stilettos, but you can see are like metal and plated. And they approach, and they are beefy. We're talking this woman is 6'5".
What was
Big
the
ass
anime that we
torso.
watched then? The one with the where the magical girls, but when they transform, they turn into really muscly guys in dresses.
Yeah, I remember
That's
that.
the vibe I'm getting from this. That show
Yeah.
was great.
And she extends a large but perfectly manicured hand to you. Goes, "Welcome to Manly Martial Arms. I'm Camille Twinklestep. Nice to meet you."
Well, hello, darling. And then she's gonna kiss him on the on the
Oh.
hand. Jesus.
Oh, thank you. No, oh, chivalry. Oh,
Well,
and,
I mean, say manly outside. I figured that's what you needed.
oh, thank you. Well, welcome to all of you to the premier Battle Mage shop. Muscle Mage, actually, is what I like to call it, but yeah, they call it Battle Mage. I disagree. How can I help you all?
I'm
Some of
looking
you-
for some weapons, actually.
Very well. Anything in particular? We have regular weapons, or I do have my my manly range available if you're interested.
The
I
manly
mean,
range.
what's the manly range?
Oh, the manly range is what I sell mainly to muscle wizards like myself. We have the
Muscle
capacity to
wizards?
use. Yes, muscle wizards. We like spellcasting, but we also like to fight. So it's almost
Can
as
you
fun as
manipulate every muscle? And she's gonna like look down a bit and then look back up.
you watch as Camille looks at you, winks, and then every muscle ripples. You watch as it goes from the top of her head down and all the way to the stilettos, just in order. Each muscle just tenses and flexes perfectly. Every
Well,
muscle.
that is impressive. Right, yes, weapons.
Yes. So obviously, us muscle wizards like to cast fireballs, but also hit things hard. So I developed a way to help with that. And she picks up a nearby warhammer, and you can see it's beautifully made. It's got some really nice engraving on it, but it has, where you hold it in the two places, there is like a pink crystal. and then there is a couple of other pink crystals spread throughout the weapon, and you watch as she focuses, and this glow emanates from her hands into the weapon, and her muscles bulk up even more. And she goes, basically what I do is I channel a certain amount of spell energy into the weapon, and I become both stronger and more proficient in combat.
Well, I was thinking more like just a rapier with maybe some additional magical damage of some kind. And you're kind of looking to upgrade one of my swords.
Sorry, what weapon did you say it was?
She'd picked up a warhammer.
Warhammers are not really my style.
No,
But I do. The manly range comes in all shapes and sizes. But you just have to be able to, be an arcane caster capable of pushing the spells into the actual conduits.
You can actually see Vienna's like, I walked into this shop with no expectation. Suddenly, I'm at home. Vienna's really looking around because she's like, actually, this is.
I mean, even with the pink hair as well.
Yeah. I'm fitting right
Yeah,
in.
Camille does sort of lean over to you. Does lean over to you. Vienna goes, "Who is your stylist? I might have to go that color next myself."
The stylist, unfortunately, was someone called Equinox. I don't recommend him.
Not heard of him. Are you out of towners?
Yes.
Yes.
We come from Baham. We're on a semi-diplomatic mission.
Interesting. Well, unfortunately, the manly range may not work quite the same for you. It's meant for, like I say, arcane casters, wizards, artificers, sorcerers, that sort of thing.
I'm afraid I only have minimal knowledge of. I know a few wizardy spells, but it's not really my forte.
Well, we don't particularly do enchanted weapons. I can obviously sell you a regular rapier, but I
already
don't
have a
enchanted
regular
myself.
rapier. I wanted it to, have some fire magic or something on it. I already have one that does lightning.
You'll not find anything like that here in Ingbrook, unfortunately. It's let's just say that sort of thing is seen as adventurers' lot, and adventurers. I personally quite like adventurers. I myself did a little adventuring when I was younger. But
would I be able to? Would it be able to channel cantrip into it? Like, could I have some kind of channeling thing on it so that I could use a firebolt at the same time as stabbing someone? Is that a thing?
I mean, I could look into making something like that, but that would take time.
I
and it would have to be
really have the time, to be fair.
Would it work for warlocks?
Probably.
Point.
Yeah.
I'm a warlock.
I could. Warlocks, potentially. Yes, I've never really tried it with warlocks. What would be your choice of weapon, my dear?
Well, when I use my packed weapon, I tend to use a rapier.
She puts the warhammer down and goes out the back and comes back out with a beautifully crafted rapier where the hilt looks like a rose, like an unfurling rose, like that. And she sort of passes it to you and goes, "Give it a try, I suppose."
Yep. Vienna picks it up, kind of looks at it, gives it a test swing.
Yep. And then, what are you going to try and put into it?
Let's have a look.
I mean, as a warlock, you don't have a lot of options. You have 2 spell slots, I believe, and they're both the same level.
What do you mean?
So when you cast spells with your pact magic, you get two spells, don't you, that you can cast
Magic. Let me.
Per short rest, but they always go off at a set level. You can't choose the level of spell.
You can cast known warlock spells using.
Yeah, I believe she has access to all the warlock spells within a warlock patronage, but she can only cast 2 per day.
Yeah, but they are always at a set level. Like when you're first level, they're always first level.
Yeah, so she can pretty much cast any spell into it, but it will expend like one of her 2 spell slots.
But it's the level that I know for this.
I'm at 5th level.
So 5th level spells. So it'll be a
Yeah.
5th level spell that you dump into it.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you focus and channel that power, you hear in your ear Mother Night go, "Oh, interesting. I'll allow it." And you suddenly feel this rush as the magic flows into the rapier and then back into you in like a circuit, and you suddenly, the rest of you watch as Vienna suddenly bulks up. And we're talking major bulk up. We're talking your biceps go from like twig arms to like you've been in the gym for 3 years. And
Nice.
Vienna, you suddenly feel really strong. And
She's looking at Val going, test you. Right,
Okay.
we're on.
Camille goes, "Oh, well, that's interesting. Well, I'm glad it works, but yes, well, I'm glad it works. I'll have to add that to my repertoire that warlocks can use them as well." So
Whatever you do, just don't look at me at that precise moment.
I might fall in love.
So, if you are interested in one of these, Vienna,
Is that your type?
what it does, it acts as normally it acts as a regular magical version of the weapon it is
Okay.
styled upon. So in this case, a rapier. However, as an action, you can funnel a spell slot up to 5th level. So what you are at now, 5th level, is the max you can put in at once. So if you go any higher than this, you will be wasting spell slots, so you're aware, but you only get 2 anyway. And what will happen is you increase the bonus of the weapon to a +5 because of the 5th level spell slot you
Whoa.
put in. And that is on the
Nice.
hit. That is on the hit and damage rolls.
Is that for just
And
one
that
hit, or is this like a permanent thing?
Hang
or...
on. Let me finish my explanation. That effect lasts for 10 minutes from when you put the slot in. And you can do it again, but the maximum it can go to is +8. And when you put a new slot in, the 10 minutes is refreshed.
Interesting.
Vienna, use strength. It was super effective.
Who asked you guys? Yeah, how much is this?
Well,
This is
seeing
where
as
we're
that
all
we
like,
helped me realize that warlocks can use them too. They'd normally be about 2,500 gold, but I'll do you a special deal. We'll say 1,800.
I mean, it's pretty.
Pretty
It's not a bad
cool.
price. It's not
Yep,
a bad price,
I'll
really.
take that.
Oh,
Does
very well.
Vienna essentially just become Crocodile, a dark fighting type?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right, 1,000.
Right. 1,800.
800. Sweet.
Yes, you
Oh,
knocked
wait,
700
no.
off the price.
She's
Yep.
ice fighting type, isn't she?
Yep.
Literally. Literally.
Super effective.
Yeah.
So I'm adding that to your journal now.
Sweet.
Does that make me? I think Talia's probably fire dark fighting, I guess.
There we go. That should be in your journal there, Vienna.
Looks like it has added itself. I need to sort out some of this because it's not relevant anymore.
Right. There we go.
I've got no end of stuff that I've forgotten about.
Well, I'm glad one of you could use the item. Any of the rest of you an arcane caster and interested in any of my other weapons? Or perhaps a self-help guide to working out and improving your bodies?
I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure? She walks over to you, Val, and goes, "Don't see many Dragonborn." Grabs your arm and sort of squeezes it, and goes, "Could do with a bit more muscle there, dear."
I get by okay, and I've come to get used to my own scales, so it took a while, but I'm starting to get happy with who I am.
Oh, well, that's all that's important, isn't it?
I used to wear a helmet all the time, you know.
Yeah, you used to never take it off. It didn't really
Oh,
last long. You only wore
darling,
it for like a
you should-
week.
She reaches out and brushes like a thumb over like your eye ridge and goes, "You shouldn't hide such beautiful features."
Val blushes a
Talia's
little
just
bit.
Talia snickering behind him.
Although I do have to say, you should maybe look into maybe some moisturizer, a little bit of foundation, perhaps.
A
Might
little
help
crack there.
with, yeah, might help with the sort of the luster of your scales.
Scales don't fail.
I mean,
They do when they crack, dear, but very well. Well, if there's nothing else I can help any of you with, please feel free to have a look round, and I'm quite happy to chat and gossip if there's anything you want to talk about. I'm always interested to meet out-of-towners, but yes. What else can I help you with?
Is there gossip around here?
Oh, there's always gossip going on, you know, which of the heads of the schools has done what at what time, what's Brazag up to recently, is he sleeping with that weird gnomish secretary of his? No one really knows.
I mean, size difference. The fly in a room to see how that works.
Could be. But yes, I mean, to ask away and I'll see what I can tell you.
How would we get an audience with Brazag?
oh, well, either be a very influential figure in the city.
I take
Normally
it
one of
being
the
a
heads of
diplomat
the
from
school.
Maham's not going to be enough then.
It'll eventually get you a meeting. I wouldn't say it'll get you a face-to-face meeting, but it'll get you a meeting. The other ways would probably be to win the Arcanum. That's a guaranteed way. The only other things would probably be if he asked you to do something. I don't know.
I mean, he offered us to visit, and now he's too busy to see us, so seems a bit...
He's allowed you to visit. You're allowed into the demi-planes. That's more than some people get. Many other diplomats and guests and, you know, adventurers have to stay in the outer city. They're not even allowed into the crystalline towers.
Maybe we'll try our hand at the Arcanum. I got a few tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah, well, I'll be very interested to see that. We all shut down, go and watch it when it happens, so we'll be interested to see if you do enter. But if you're here on Brazag's invitation and he knows you're here, he'll probably organize some form of chat at some point. Like I say, it may not be actually face to face. He'll probably send some form of astral avatar instead. He is busy, but maybe he'll have some other options for you. I don't know.
I just wish he'd hurry up. We don't have much time.
Again, he is a busy man. He is the High Master. He has to run both the city, the university, and has to oversee pretty much everything that happens.
I'm not denying that he's not busy. It's just, you know, whatever. We'll
He
see
has
about
also been known. He has also been known to get lost in his own research, but
that I definitely believe.
Yes.
We'll just see how big a bill we can run up. He'll have to come down and cut us off at some point.
Oh,
He
he's
doesn't
got
need
you
to-
up at his. He's got you up at his expense, has he? Oh,
Yeah, we got a nice, nice room in.
He sort of brings her well manicured hand up and just strokes her like mustache and goes, "Where are you staying?"
Oh God.
I can't remember what it's called.
The Familiar Inn.
Jesus Christ, Cat.
I know, I'm trying to be evasive. I was trying to be evasive.
Oh, you're trying to be
the most
evasive.
expensive
Right,
room.
roll-
I'm just making sure she knows exactly where.
It doesn't really
I might
matter
have
because
to-
Talia's said now.
I might have to drop by. Always nice to get a couple of free drinks. Maybe free manicure.
Oh, well, I mean, it's paying for us. It's not paying for you, darling. You'd have to pay for yourself. Unless you can
Oh.
get on Val's good side, maybe he'll pay for you.
She sort of looks down at you, Val, and flutters her perfectly curled eyelashes. I'm sure such a nice young gentleman wouldn't possibly leave me without a drink, would you?
I mean, water's free.
Oh, Val, this is why you're single.
She raises a hand to her heart and goes, oh, so cruel. Well,
They say it's to be cruel is to
never.
be kind.
Oh dear.
I don't want to overstep. I don't know. I've never been on somebody's tab before, really, so I don't really want to overstep
Yeah,
and
we
invite
should
when...
probably not take the mic. We're probably already in trouble for taking the expensive room.
Fine, very well. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm sure Brazag will reach out to you soon. But if you need anything else, feel free to come back and we'll see what we can do for you. Yes?
Fair
Sounds
enough.
good.
Vienna's still got the rapier in her hand. She's like, "Thank you."
Yeah,
See, wherever
Vienna,
you
you
go
are still
away.
bulked up. It is still there.
I can imagine how tight it is for her to move as well. Just like, just like absolute bulked up, like clothes are just like really tight.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, so you guys leave manly martial arms behind. Some of you with a new weapon. Some of you with a new appreciation for what muscles can do. And some of you having been flirted with and done your usual, I don't know what this is.
Hide.
Okay, where would you like to go next?
Should we take a quick break?
Ah, yes,
we'll
before
take
my cats
break.
eat me alive would probably be a good idea, because they are getting very
Okay,
antsy.
guys.
They want their dinner. And you can
Alright,
watch
okay,
our
guys.
the Kickstarter trailer and everything while we're away.
We're going to take a quick break. Everyone take this chance to get drinks, get snacks, do whatever you need to do. We'll be back momentarily. Bye for now.
Catch you in a
Bye
bit.
for now.
Oh, hello there. Welcome to Dice and Mimics. You're just in time, actually. We've just received a lovely parcel from Magpies and Trinkets. Shall we open it? My goodness. So, isn't this special looking? Now then, let's open this lovely thing up. So, isn't it lovely? It's got this beautiful marbling. I believe that it comes in 4 colours. We have the black and white, then there's a red and white, a green and white, and a blue and white. And obviously because they're marbling, it's quite unique for each one. So even if you pick the same colour as your friend, you could have completely unique headron boxes. As you can see, they have these gorgeous magnets. That's how it holds itself together. And there's even these lovely little gold markings so you know which way round to hold them. And then inside there's this lovely felt lining that holds your D20. And obviously now that you've got this D20, well, how are we going to display it? You can't just hide it in this lovely box. That's where this nifty little stand comes in. And you can just pop it on like that and have it on pride of place during your sessions. So, you might be wondering how you can get your hands on one of these sublime sets. Well, all you need to do is head to the Magpies and Trinkets Kickstarter and pledge your money, and you can have one of these.
Mechanical bear.
Bird.
Hello, and welcome back. So, we pick up as you guys have just left Manly Martial Arms. Where would you like to go next?
Was it the Antiquities shop was the first one that was mentioned?
There is. Hang on. There is Enchanted Antiquities, Kill It with Fire, The Melting Pot, or Oswald's Oddments left to go into.
Whichever would be closest to where we are now, Val would be interested in the Oddballs, Oddments, or whatever it is, or the Antiquities shop.
Or Kill It with Fire. Sounds interesting.
The nearest one would probably be the Antiquities shop. So you head over there, and you see it is this very, like I say, it's a very small shop, very rickety, like squished between two other buildings. But it's like sort of like very hodgepodge, and the windows are a bit crooked and a little bit like dusty. But the sign says open.
Push the door.
Do you go in?
Yeah.
You push the door, it opens. There's a gentle chime, and you walk into just a much larger space than you expected. Like for a small rickety shop, you were expecting like a very cramped small space. It's still cramped, but the actual space is more like a warehouse. It's massive in here, but most of the space is taken up by mounds upon mounds of items. You can see what looks like the remains of like furniture, some with like a leg missing or like chunks taken out of the seat. You can see what looks like a mound of what looks like wands and staves that like you can see the power has evidently been drained out of them or just don't have much power left. You can see a pile of what looks like empty potions vials. You can see mounds upon mounds of books. It's just this massive hodgepodge of basically you would consider antiques just piled up everywhere. There's no organizational storage or anything.
I'm yet to see the difference between junk and antiques.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to have a nosy around.
Glance around. Yeah, you walk around. You can see that there is what looks like a counter, and there is like there's what looks like an armchair with a shaggy like throw rug, like throw blanket over it, but you don't see any sign of an owner anywhere at the moment.
I think I'll probably have a look at the books, and just for anything that looks interesting, really, but also keeping an eye out for the owner, because I don't want to have somebody jump out at me from, like, I don't know, behind a giant clock, or, like, Scooby-Doo jump scare me.
Okay, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Oh, roll, Shaggy.
Right, erosion.
18.
18. So, going through the books, there's nothing that really catches your eye. There's a few various things here. There's like, you know, what are obviously like school books for beginners. There's some old books of poetry. There's some what looks like nice fictional tales that have got pretty old dates on them. Nothing massively major. With an 18, the one thing that does catch your eye is what looks like a flask. And it's got this sort of like black texture to it. Like the glass itself is like smoked and black, and you can see that there is some arcane sigils worked into it, and you can feel that there is still some magic in this. But you have no idea what it is or what it does.
Did Sandal come into the shop with me?
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of pick this up and take a look at it and just go, Sandal, any idea what this could be?
Zandal's gonna just have a brief glance at it. Does it look like a spell book or?
No, it's like a beaker. It's like a black smoked glass beaker, and you can hear there is like the sloshing of what might be liquid inside, but it is covered in like very faint arcane sigils.
Okay. Any of them understandable to me? I know artificery and wizardry are different, but I was taught in a wizardry school.
yeah.
Wizarding school.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Normal. 21.
Nice. So looking at the sigils on this, you see there's like evocation mixed in with enchantment, a couple of illusion. The main thing that stands out to you though is one that you know to mean curse. Not cursed, but just curse.
I am going to take out my pearl and identify.
Okay. You cast Identify, and you would know that this is a flask of curses. When used as an action to remove the stopper, all creatures within 30 feet of the flask need to make a wisdom saving throw or be cursed. While cursed, they have disadvantage on all ability checks and saving throws.
I am essentially going to say, explain this. I'm like, this may be good for the person with a good arm. He points at Vienna.
By this point, Vienna has the bulkiness has worn off, and she has gone back to normal.
But yeah, he explains what it does.
Val's just going to be like, I'm learning. My first instinct was to open it and try and drink the liquid inside. I decided not to do that.
No.
Well learned.
Val, it's then that a long, shaggy grey arm comes over your shoulder, plucks the flask from Sandal's hand, and you hear a voice go, "Don't do that." And you turn around, and in the armchair, what you thought was a grey throw rug has now opened a pair of beady, milky eyes and has a mouth with some very rotted teeth in it. And you now see is actually a very old bugbear.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
See them every day.
Hello.
Their name.
You can
Val,
Vienna-
what's your name?
My name's Dink.
Vienna actually kind of uses the ring to Val and goes, "I think he's antique too."
Val giggles to himself. We're just having a look around. I'm guessing this is your shop?
Yes. You want the flask?
Kind of not now that I know what it does. I am prone to accidents and stuff, so probably not a good idea for me to have that.
The arm just sort of reels back in and then reaches up to a really high shelf and just places it on it. And goes, "Fine."
Anything you guys have spotted? Anything you guys are interested in?
Anyone else
really.
who wants to, feel free to roll investigation checks.
Suppose I could have a look, see if there's anything interesting, but probably not.
I think
16.
Vienna's just distracted by the talking rug, really.
16. Ooh, okay. 20.
Wow.
20.
Also
Oh,
find all the
damn,
stuff.
Blossom.
Yep.
Okay, so Talia, you don't find anything particularly interesting. Again, there's a lot of random crap in here. You get the feeling he's bought stuff off of people or collected things like when people have been throwing stuff out or offices have been emptied, that sort of thing, and just put it in here in the hopes of selling it. It's nothing special. Xandal, you find like there's a couple of like wands that might still have a bit of charge, but they're not going to be any good for actually use. But you could maybe get the magic out of them and use it for something else. There's a couple of things like that you think, oh, okay, actually, yeah, might be able to make use of this in some shape or form. Blossom, as you're sort of searching among the stacks and various piles in here, your keen feline eyes spot a colourful box, like a gold-coloured box, about this big, by this big. And you pick it up and rattle it, and you can hear something rattling inside.
Right. I'll ask what it is before just opening it.
You ask Dink.
Yeah.
Dink goes, "Oh, looked pretty. Bought it from someone."
Don't know what it does.
No, never bothered to open it. You can see there is like a lid. You can just open it.
Yeah, why not? How else are you gonna find out?
You
Gonna be like
Mimic in a
foul
box.
smelling,
You
foul smelling liquid or something, and then it'll be cursed to
flick-
smell horrible for.
You flick it open and look inside. And there appears to be a deck of cards inside.
Oh God, no!
It's interesting.
Don't do it, Blossom.
Do it.
Go on!
Yeah, what do the
We all
cards
fucking die.
look like?
You pull the cards out as you sort of flip the deck over. No matter how you look at the cards as part of a deck, you can't ever see the face of the cards.
Yeah. Would I have any idea what this is?
Hang on.
Yeah, no, will.
I mean,
Right.
I have a deck of cards.
So in total, you
To be
can
fair,
count in
Vienna
total.
does
There
too.
is
But-
22 cards there. There is
Yeah.
22 cards. You would not have any idea what this is, no, Blossom. You've never heard of this before or seen anything like this. You can probably feel from having been around magical items, you can feel they're magical in some way, shape, or form, but
Yeah, Vienna will kind of look in the box because, they're cards. But
yeah.
just confused by the fact that they've got no face. Like,
Yeah, like I say, holding it as a deck, no matter which way you turn it, you cannot see the face of any of the cards.
Well, you're not going to win many gambling games with them.
Mhm.
They should put some bags
I'll
off.
draw
Yeah, it seems
one of the
pretty awesome.
cards, see what it looks
You
like.
draw a card.
Yeah.
Did you say how
Okay.
many cards you're drawing? Oh God.
Stop my finger wherever you want.
If we die from you pulling a card from a deck,
I'd go for about that.
There. Okay.
I'm
So that would've
pretty
been that
sure
one.
it was mentioned at the start of this game that there wouldn't be such a ridiculous thing.
As you pull the card out, this is the card you have drawn. The Fates. Let me check what the Fates actually does. Where is the Fates? Hang on. The Fates. Okay. You feel something like you watch as you pull the card out and look at it, and then you watch as the card glows, and a rush of light flows into your body, Blossom. And you, at one point of your choosing at any time, may rewrite reality and avoid one situation.
wow,
Sure.
a bit like my diary.
You can
Dope.
at one point. No, more powerful.
More
Like
powerful than that.
literally, this can undo death. This can
Oh.
literally, like, if you found yourself in like
Keep hold of that. Might
like
need it
the
for
middle
Vanilla.
of, if you found yourself in like the middle of limbo, and were surrounded, you could literally go, "This isn't happening," and it vanishes, and it isn't happening anymore.
Thank
At
that.
one point basically
Thank
get
you.
you at one point during this game, Blossom, basically get to say to me, "No." You get to say, "I don't like this. I rewrite this."
Chrissy, wake
Sure.
up! I don't like this. Nice.
Sweet.
That could have gone
You
so badly.
only
I don't
really
like-
lucky.
one.
I don't like that the big bad exists.
It's not quite
It's
to
not
that
quite
level,
a wish
but
spell.
No.
If
But
that had
it's
been me,
like
it
you
probably
can-
would have been summon meteor on self or some shit.
But yeah, as Xandal, you probably noticed this happen, and you know exactly what this is.
Do not draw any more cards.
What? What's wrong? It's just a
What
pack
would
of
happen?
cards.
Close the book. No, close the box now.
What? It's just a deck. It's just a deck of cards. Why are you getting so freaked?
At this point, Dink goes, "You owe me for the card."
I'll buy the box.
So that no one opens it.
Mate. So, because of how worried you seem, Xandal, Dink looks at you. It's these shrewd, beady little eyes amongst the fur go.
Oh, it's gonna cost money now.
5,000 gold.
Fuck that, Val. I mean, Xandal. That's ridiculous. It's a deck of cards. It's not worth 5 grand. That's stupid.
It's not worth falling into the wrong hands either.
Yeah, it's someone else's problem. It's just a deck of cards. What
pays
could
it.
possibly go wrong?
He
Really?
pays it.
You're not going.
You pay 5,000.
God,
Yeah.
I thought Val was bad with
Yeah.
money.
Think
Not you.
Sort of
Jeez.
takes the gold and is like, huh.
But I'm
Should've
taking
asked
them
for
ones
more.
too.
Fine.
Thank you.
That's 227 gold per card.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Blossom-
maybe Val
Blossom
does
is
know the value
Blossom.
of money after all.
Blossom still holding the deck, or Xandal, do you have it now?
I mean, if Xandal
Yeah.
wants it, I'll hand it over, I suppose.
Okay.
He literally
Xandal, you now-
closes the box and stuffs it into his bag of holding.
Yep. Xandal, you now are in possession of a 21 card remaining deck of many things.
Oh,
God.
God.
I could have
Hey,
drawn my
I
own
had-
card.
I had a magical antique shop in a magical city. I'm like, yeah, let's put that in.
They'd have
but
a
make
deck of
the
many things in
DC
there.
high-
yeah.
Let's make the DC to find it really high. No one will roll that. Oh wait.
Nat 20.
Hold my beer. Oh.
But yeah, there you go.
Right, I've yet to find a shop that has anything for me. Let's go to Kill It With Fire. There has to be something to, like, there.
How many ones did I
Think-
get as well? Sorry.
So you would have gotten about 10 wands with like each one has got like maybe half a charge left in them. So
Yeah, it's fine.
there's
I'll
enough there
pop them
to,
into
there's
me.
enough there to charge some stuff.
Xandal wand fingers.
No, we'll make a gauntlet that can stash one in each finger. And just like, "Ugh."
I love it.
It'd be
But
like
yeah,
playing the
Dink-
piano. Just like-
Dink is quite happily just like counting his money really slowly into a lockbox and just looks up and goes, "Come again."
Let's not.
Okay.
By the way,
Vienna's already-
Xandal, you can hear Haslick in the back of your mind hyperventilating.
That could have
Pretty
gone so
much like
poorly.
so.
Your friends are idiots.
Like you can hear it's half terror and half excitement because he knows how powerful this is.
Yeah, so do I.
Shame you didn't get the one that grants 3 wishes. That would have been clutch.
I mean, I know, like Val, you were complaining like 272 per card. There is a card in there that gives you something like 50,000 gold
Yeah.
if you
But
draw
there's
it.
also a
but-
card that means that you get like some horrific monster summoned at your person that will stop at nothing to
Also,
kill you.
having your soul
Yeah,
ripped out
there's a
and sent
couple
to a
that
and
random
shoved
place.
sent to a
Kill
random
you
plane and
Punish
stuff. Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
There's
There-
some really
Yeah.
bad cards in there.
There's one thing Val dying, but there's another thing Val losing his soul. And you know that is the card that Val will end up getting. Or worse.
So, kill it with fire?
Yep,
Sounds
let's
like
go.
a good spot. Maybe there'll be something useful there, because this place is shit for anyone who doesn't cast magic.
Yep, let's go.
I think the DM has frozen.
It's very
Did we mistime the break?
Oh
Maybe.
no.
Even though those cards are incredibly fascinating.
Yeah, I thought that for a second. I actually thought,
Aw.
he was just pondering on one of the cards. It's like,
He's-
Yeah,
no.
there we go.
There we
He's
go.
just pulled the banishment card.
Yeah, oh, his soul's just been taken.
No, stop that.
Oh, our DM will be back momentarily. This happens every session. Don't worry.
It's a bit
about
later
it.
than usual, but we were having major tech issues to start off with, so...
Yeah.
Yes.
I might have delayed it a bit once we'd fixed that, so we'll see how quickly he comes back. There you go.
Fairly.
Well,
Ish,
send me back.
maybe. Yeah.
Am I the DM at the moment?
Yeah, you're always the DM.
And
I am
back.
Brianna.
I'm Talia.
Sorry about that.
Yes,
That
the
was
wrong time.
wrong time, but that's fine.
Welcome back.
Anyway, as you all leave, like I say, Xandal probably still very.
Now we've lost Xandal.
And
And
Xandal's
Xandal's back.
Who's-
Everything's breaking.
Who's next?
I'll say that.
Like I say, as you leave the antique shops, with probably Xandal still fairly shell shocked about what he's just procured. Blossom probably still a little befuddled as to what just
none the
happened.
wiser.
Yeah, and the rest of you just like, why the hell did Xandal just pay 5,000 gold for a deck of cards?
Yeah.
But you make your way over to the squat, soot-covered, weird protrusion, shrapnel-pocked building that is named Kill It With Fire.
Alright,
As you
let's have a
enter
look.
inside, you see racks upon racks of wands, staves, and what look like there's like sticks of TNT. There's what looks like classic like bombs. There's what looks like flasks of alchemist's fire. There is like various ranged weaponry arranged around with like bolts with what looks like exploding sigils placed on them. There is this is a pyromancer's dream, this shop.
Talia's grin is fucking huge, and she runs straight to the bolts, the exploding bolts. Oh, I wonder if
Yeah,
this is
they're-
stronger than
it's
the one
kinda
Xandal
like-
made for me. She's like looking at it like, how much damage does it do?
Yeah, Fiona kind of looks at Talia and go, "You happy now?"
Very happy.
Then you hear a voice go, "Hello, hello, hello, hello. You like fire? Fire good, fire good, fire good. Yes, yes, yes."
Yes, fire, very good.
You turn and see a black furred tabaxi stood there wearing robes which are all singed and slightly burnt. There's like their hair is blown back as if they've stood too near an explosion, and they're just looking at you with really wide, wild eyes, and they go, "Yes, yes, fire is good, fire is good, yes. How can I
These
help you?"
bolts, how good are these bolts?
Ah, regular exploding bolts, standard array. Yes, not allowed to make anything more powerful. Brazag said no. Brazag said not allowed to make big ponds anymore. Not fair, not fair, not fair.
Totally not fair. So, how much damage do they do?
So they're standard exploding bolts, same
So
as
like
what
the ones that
yours
I got
can do, and
from Xandal.
yes, same as the ones Xandal can make you. Yeah.
Hang on,
You've
how
said
many
that
do I
you're not
have?
allowed to, but why do I get the feeling you have
That you
anyway?
have. And if so, how much?
know what?
I won't say a
don't
word.
do it. Make a persuasion check.
There's
Talia.
two of us doing it, so can I help with that?
13?
Yeah, you give
You wanna help?
advantage.
Okay. Let me roll another one. Persuasion. 13?
13.
It
No,
doesn't work
no,
on
no.
me, man.
Shouldn't. No. Private only. Sorry.
Hmm.
I understand. Like, we're chatting to Brazag later, so we'll definitely not mention that you've got a private collection. I'm going to intimidate.
I was going to bribe him,
Okay.
but okay.
Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Mean, man.
24.
24. You see him sort of like shudder a little bit and goes, "No, still can't. No. Would
What
get in more
about-
trouble if I told
And
them."
I'm going to slide a platinum across the table. Hmm?
No.
Pretty please. And then she's going to do her, like, sultry look and be like,
Only way I
God,
would
you're
give
not
up something
fine.
like that is if you had something that made a bigger boom.
Kind of pointless. I want stuff that makes a bigger boom than what I can already do, so why would I give you that? Then I'd get a downgrade. You see what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, but catch-22. Anyway, can I interest you in anything else? Pyroclasm mine, maybe. I'm allowed to sell them. Yes, I'm still allowed to
What?
sell them. Brazag doesn't know about them.
What are those?
Pyroclasm mines, my specialty. And he scuttles off behind the counter and comes back with. It looks like a round piece of crystal about that big, perfectly round disc, like about that thick, with lots of red sigils placed upon it. And he goes, This is good. This is my best. This is pyroclasm mine. You place it on any surface, and you watch as he slaps it against the wall, and it sticks. He goes, and then there's multiple different ways to set it off. Yes, can set it up so if anything comes within a certain range, then it goes, or you can set it off, or you can teleport.
Xandal's kind of eyeing up this like mine on the thingy and just kind of steps behind Val.
Or you can
Make it
set
a
it up.
word?
Make it a mental connection, and you can, and it'll go. Or you can set them up, and he gets a second one out and slaps it on the opposite wall, and you see this very, very faint ripple in the air between them. Tripwire. Then they both go off and go boom.
Do you think you should really disarm those before we continue this conversation?
Meanwhile, Xandal's behind Val. Vienna's now creeping slowly behind.
Everyone
They're
who doesn't
all
have
backing away.
resistance is just like, oh, maybe we should back up.
You watch as he reaches out and taps a few sigils, and the tripwire vanishes, and he plucks them off the wall and goes, Yes, very good, very big explosion.
How much are
Powerful.
we talking? Also, I'm
Val's
taking
now
that platinum
backing.
back.
Val's now
I'm taking that
backing
platinum
back
and putting it back in my pocket if he's not
and
taking
feels
it, so.
Xandal against him, and like still keeps pushing and pushing to go further towards the door.
250 gold per mine. Yes, 250 gold per mine.
I'll take 2.
Do you? Do you a special deal on 5,000 gold for 5?
I want 2. I said 2. That's what I'm buying.
Very well. And he gets 2 and hands them to you. Shows you
So
the
is it
activation.
250 each?
250 each, yeah.
Okay, so I'll take 250 out and then take another 250 out. Okay, cool. You'll have to add
Take
them to
the
my
gold.
journal because obviously
Yep.
those items don't exist.
I'm adding them now.
Thank you.
There we go. That's added to your journal.
Cool.
But yeah,
And then how much for the exploding bolts?
Yeah. Exploding pods. Pack of 20, 100 gold.
Yeah, I'll take a pack of them as well.
Okay. Places a pack of 20 in front of you and takes you 100 gold.
Okay, take that, and then I will just add that, so I now have 24 of those. Because I had 4 still from... Right. Thank you. I think that'll be all. Going to be going now before you blow us all up. Ta-ta!
Us, we're not in
Okay.
the shop anymore.
Oh, I just turn around and everyone's gone.
I think after everyone else is pretty much gone, Xandal's sort of still lurking around the doorway. You can almost sort of like see him contemplating a question in his mind.
And I'm like walking towards the door and I'm like, get out of the way, Xandal, let me out! Let me out!
He sort of
Okay, I'll
trails
catch you
behind
right-
you. He sort of trails behind you and goes, if you need anything else, ask for flickering fire. Yes, I make wood explosions, yes. And at this point, you watch as he wipes a hand across his brow, and what you thought was black fur is soot, and there's just this white furred streak on his brow now, where the fur is actually white.
Natalia's like stepping over Xandal to get out of the door. Oh, my...
I
Like,
have
I
a
took my life into
question,
my own
if I
hands.
may.
Yes. What is it?
Right, you're dealing with explosive powder.
I
What
have used explosive powder.
is-
I use arcane explosions. I use chemical explosions. I use any kind of explosions I can get my hands on here.
What have you discovered is the best material for housing compacted powder?
Compacted powder. best material. Yes, yes. Normally, best material is a mix of iron with carbon and then carefully molded into a dome shape. It handles the explosion best. Or if you can get it, crystal, really good quality crystal, holds it very well. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. He just turns around and walks off.
Goodbye. Okay. So
Interesting.
you're aware, Talia,
Oh my god,
Uh,
I completely forgot I had that. Yeah.
the pyroclasm mines, like I say, can be set on any solid surface, and you can set them to proximity. So you set that, it goes into a standby mode for 30 seconds to allow you to get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah.
It then activates a field that is a
DC
40-foot
20?
radius. Yep, these are big explosions. These explosions do 10d10 fire damage if you're caught in them. These are called pyroclasm mines. This guy has taken every bit of arcane knowledge he can
Talia's
on
like,
fire.
I have so much firepower in my pocket.
Yep. But basically, if anything enters the 40-foot
Firepower.
radius of the mine,
Yeah.
it starts a 5-second countdown. Anything within the 60-foot radius of the explosion within 5 seconds has to make the dex save of a DC 20. On a failure, they take 10d10 fire damage, half as much on a success. You can do a remote activation, which is the mental link, and that is a mental link you can use from anywhere. There is no range limitation on that. You can do that at any time, but again, it's probably best when you can see the mine so you know what you're blowing up. And the final is tripwire, where you have to place 2 mines at the
That's why I
same
bought
level,
2, so I had that option.
and that then causes a link between them, and anything that sets off the tripwire blows up both mines.
Proximity mine
Okay.
and then throw it at somebody.
Yeah.
There you
Or
go.
throw a
Fiona's
portal.
actually like taking a couple of steps away from Talia. Just like,
And what he's failed to mention is that it's a DC 24 Arcana check, which Talia is shit at, to deactivate them. So make sure that I fucking know where I'm putting them before I do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I have a +6 to Arcana. Okay, so maybe she's not
Yeah.
that bad at it, but
You know how to activate them in all of those settings. Deactivating is a bit more tricky because you have 5 seconds to do it in.
Alright, okay. Well, that'll be like emergency use only.
I'm just imagining Talia in like full bomb squad gear, trying to snip the
I'm
wires.
just pretty much imagining everyone just giving Talia a bit of a wide berth at the moment. Just like,
I can only
Sorry
cast
about-
haste on one of us.
I can cast haste on another one. We're fine.
Anyway,
Oh.
so you have 2 major shops left. There is Oswald's Oddments, or there is the Melting Pot.
Oswald's?
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well check them all out. It's
Yeah,
not like
we're here.
we can't do anything until tomorrow for the Arcanum, right? So
Okay. So you guys head into Oswald's Oddments. It's a strange, like, storefront. Like I say, there's brightly coloured, like, rainbow splashes. There's, like, little fireworks going off all over the place. Odd smells happening now and then. Weird effects of wind, heat, and cold. But you walk inside, and you see there's shelves upon shelves of what look like general everyday items. There's a few things that are a bit different, but mostly it just looks like everyday items that you can see. And you see stood behind the counter a small goblin with a rainbow mohawk running down the middle of his head. And he looks up and goes, "Hello, can I help you?"
I don't know. What do you sell?
I sell oddments, strange and weird and fun enchanted items, like this. And he reaches over and picks up a toilet brush, and he goes, "This is enchanted to sing as you use it to clean the toilet bowl, but depending on how dirty the toilet bowl is, depends on how dirty the song is."
That is kind of funny. Well,
or
what else do you
or
have?
grabs a hairbrush and he goes this, and he rakes it through the mohawk, and you watch as this weird ooze-like substance comes out of the hairbrush, and the minute like he's finished brushing this mohawk like flat against his head, the ooze hardens, and like no matter how he moves his head, the hair won't move, and then he runs the brush back through it and changes it back into a mohawk. Adds this weird ooze that locks your hair in place and can't be moved unless you use the brush again.
I'm not a big fan of ooze. Maybe something else.
Fair enough. Okay. Picks up a rolling pin and hands it to you, Talia.
Right.
Hold
It's
it.
a rolling pin.
Raise it up. Hold it threateningly. I am a human. You feel the rolling pin vibrate in your hand. Rolling pin that, when held threateningly by a woman towards a man, vibrates if the man lies. Normally
Actually,
used
surprisingly
by
useful.
wives. I sell a lot of them to wives. Yes.
How much?
10 gold.
Sold. This might come in useful. I'm gonna put it.
Thank you very
How much was it? 10 gold.
10 gold.
Vienna's actually
Oh,
looking
Lord.
around the shop just to see if there's anything that
Yeah.
stands out.
Yeah. On my eye everything and see if there's anything else useful while she's doing it.
Okay. Both of you make me a investigation check.
Investigation.
16.
16. Vienna,
Nothing.
you sort of like look around and you just find this like what looks like a little music box, and as you open it up, there's just just this fart sound comes out.
She's just there looking at it, just shaking her head, going, "That is ridiculous." Kind of shoves it back on the shelf.
Talia, as you glance around, you find a small like jar on its side with what like small golden stones inside. These stones are about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and they have this like very faint glow to them.
So what does this do?
Glitter stones. He takes one and throws it on the ground, and it explodes, and this multicolored, like illusory fire goes everywhere and coats everyone. Everyone currently is affected by the fairy fire spell, because there is. I'm not going to make you make the deck save because there's no way you could dodge it in a store. But yeah, he goes. These allow you to light things up and see things better.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
put it back
thanks
on.
for
How
that.
long
I'm
does
not really
this?
stand up
How
that
long does
much.
this last? And she's gonna put it back.
About 10 minutes.
Great.
Also reveals invisible things. Can be quite
There,
useful.
there any way of turning it off?
No.
Fucking great. Couldn't have told us that before.
Sorry.
Oh, we're gonna stick out like sore thumbs.
Do you
For a
have
while?
anything? Sounds silly. Do you have anything that might have a little bit of combat utility, or?
Not
We-
really my specialty.
I mean, even
like I
outside
say,
the box thinking for combat, like we do a lot of traveling and we come across some weird stuff. So, anything that can stick somebody to the ground, or I don't know, force somebody to
nothing
go
that I can
sleep.
think of. No, nothing like that at the moment, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I can look into making something like that. At one point, I did have a really, really cool trumpet that when you blew it, it summoned a bunch of rats. That could have been useful, but I sold that a while ago. That bard got a bit of a surprise.
I can
I'll
imagine.
bet.
Okay.
Yeah. Only thing I've really got that could be like useful for what you said is the glitter stones, because lets you see invisible things and lights things up and makes it so that you have higher chance of maybe hitting them. Yeah.
You're muted.
You're muted, Steph.
Birds. As that's happening, Vienna's kind of walking around in the background, and just as he's saying that, it's like, I can already do that. and carries on looking.
Oh. Oh, well. Ta-da!
Thank you for telling us about your items. We think there's nothing
Not a
really
problem.
for us.
What
I think I
about
got the
What
most
about-
useful item in here.
The rolling
What
pin.
about what
Mm.
about a cookbook that suggests how to cook whatever you're looking at? And he offers out a cookbook.
Is that something you might be interested in, or?
Picks it up, opens it, looks up at Talia, looks back down at the cookbook, slams it shut, and goes, "Nope."
Keep that here. She's gonna
She
take the
hands it
book and I'm
over.
gonna open it and have a look. What's so not bad about this cookbook?
Who do you look at? Or what do you look at?
I'm gonna look at Xandal.
You look at Xandal. As you look back down at the book, there is a recipe suggested for suckling halfling. With knots and rope suggestions and basting instructions.
And she closes the book and puts it down and doesn't say a word. I think we should leave.
Sandal's just kind of stood there, like, just deep in thought, like, completely oblivious to what's going on, other than the fact that he's now glowing. Like,
Go and sparkle for a bit, I guess. Let's go check out the last place,
But-
yeah?
I mean, by the time you guys leave the shop, the fairy fire has faded.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
What was that? So we've
So
done
as
the
you
oddballs,
guys-
so it's just the last place now.
Yeah, the melting pot. Okay. As you guys leave, Oswald just sort of waves and goes, "Bye, bye." Okay. You move across the square to the apothecary, and you can see the outside of the store is like constantly shifting colors. They're like constantly mixing and merging. It's almost like watching like a multicolored lava lamp. And there is constantly like this smell coming out of it, very earthy smell. And as you open the door and look inside, there is just this constant amount of fumes flowing and mingling and separating, moving through. Some of them are very thick, some of them are see-through. It's very odd. But you can see multiple cauldrons set up, stirring slowly by themselves. There are racks of vials along the walls. There is a whole wall that is just drawers of what looks like dried herbs and various other reagents. And sat on the counter, like laid down on it with a pipe in her hand, smoking as she looks at you all, is an elven woman. Looks to be probably middle-aged for an elf. Very straw blonde hair that looks a little greasy. Robes which colours are the same as the front of the store. They sort of move and change and merge like a lava lamp. And she's just smoking this pipe which has this pungent earthen smell coming from it. And she just pokes it out and goes, "Dude, why is there a dragon on 2 legs?"
I mean, most dragons have 2 legs.
Yeah, but they normally walk on 4. That's weird.
Fiona was just like poke her head round the back of Vala's, just like, I was going to make a remark, but that's the most chilled out elf I've ever seen.
What's in the pipe?
My own blend. You want a toke?
Sure, why not?
Oh, come on over, devil lady.
Devil lady, not been called that in a while. I'm gonna come over.
She
I was
offers
going to
the
turn
pipe
to
out
Ert and just be like, "Don't breathe in too heavily in here."
So puts a hand over her mouth. Is like, "Okay." Take a toke, Talia.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a toke. Why not?
Okay. Yeah. Make me a con save, please, with advantage, as I believe you have advantage against poison
Yep.
due to your current nature. 13.
13.
Take a lung full of this smoke, and you immediately feel a head rush. And you don't feel any bad effects or anything odd happen, but you suddenly feel a lot happier, a little lighter. A lot of your muscle aches seem to have faded. Some of your scars seem to hurt less. It's just this very pleasant foggy sensation in your head.
That's some pretty good stuff.
I know, right?
Dope. So, what do you say?
Well, the regular potions, herbs, ointments, but my specialty's in potion mixing.
Like, what do you mean?
I can take 2 potions. You know, normally when you have 2 potions, you can't drink them both at the same time, otherwise it can cause some weird reactions in your stomach. And there's
Yeah.
weird interactions between, the magic. I can meld them together and make it so that you can drink 1 potion and get both effects at the same time. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
I know.
So,
It's just still looking at
what
him.
kind of combos do you have?
The regular ones I get asked for is things like, a healing potion mixed with a spell restorative. But I also get a couple of others. There's mothers who like to have, the regular common cold cure mixed with a bit of a strawberry flavoring. That one actually is quite tasty. I do find myself chugging that one on occasion. It's very nice.
So,
And then
are you able to
the
mix
old
something
lady.
like? Are there
There's the
potions that
old lady
make
who
you more
cut the
durable?
hair. Maybe. I mean,
Mixed with healing?
I could have. Yeah. I could mix any potions you've got on you as well, if you've got anything you want mixing. Mostly, what I've done recently is for the old men wizards is the staff strengthener with an endurance potion.
I get what you mean. That's clever.
Yeah.
Also kind of gross.
Yeah, I know, but they pay well.
Yeah, it's a big seller,
These
right?
herbs aren't cheap.
Well, I only have healing potions on me. I don't really have anything to mix it with. Do you have any potions that are just durability that I could give you the healing potion and you could mix them together, or?
I think I've got some bark skin potions in.
Yeah. Could you mix a bark skin potion with a potion of greater healing?
Yeah, it'd take me a couple of hours, but I can do that.
We have time, guys?
We can always come back.
Still looking at him like something's off.
By
You
the
should
way,
take a toke of it. It's great.
you want some?
Go ahead. It just makes you feel good. It's not really. Doesn't seem to be any detrimental things to it. I feel fine.
I'll
By
pass.
the way, why is your hair pink? That's so cool.
You see the look on Vienna's face like, is there anywhere I can get this fixed?
I could maybe do something about it. Hang on. And you watch as she gets up off the counter and sort of ducks behind a beaded curtain, and comes back out with a bottle which she's currently shaking and goes, what color?
Something a little more intimidating than pink. If back to white, that would be best.
White's a great hair color, right?
Yeah, well that
I'm
was
just
my
saying that because
natural
mine is
one.
white.
That
Okay.
was my natural.
Pops open the bottle that she's been
Bottle
shaking,
blonde.
grabs
Bottle blonde.
It's not
grabs,
bottle blonde if she's going
um,
back to a
some-
normal hair color.
grabs something from another drawer, drops it in, gives it another shake, and then pops it open and just chucks it on your hair. Just like throws it on. And you
Oh,
all
little
watch
warning.
as Brienna's hair suddenly shines. There's like a sound of a crack. And then Vienna's hair is white.
Hey!
The tips, though, are still pink.
I can deal with the pink tips. I can hide them when necessary.
I'm gonna have to
just-
change your token again. I had a white one on standby, not a white one with pink ends.
You don't know whether this is permanent yet, but it's
Yeah.
currently white with pink tips.
Well, it still is a look. Certainly an improvement on the pink hair.
Does that only work on hair? Would it work on like scales to change scale color?
Why would you want to change your scale color?
Having
I've
had a
never
recent
tried that, Dragon Man.
having had a recent interaction with a dragon that didn't like my scale color might make things interesting.
We're not changing our appearance because someone else doesn't like us, Val.
No, I just meant temporary. If it's a temporary thing, then it might help at some point if I'm a slightly different color.
I don't think we're
By
likely
this
to
point,
come
you
across
yell
another
out,
Goblin dragon.
Changes who you are.
Yeah.
By this point, the elf had gone out the back, come back with another bottle, mixed it with some stuff, and as you're talking, Val, she just dumps it over your head. And the rest of you watch as Val scales slowly change from bronze to a bright, shining gold.
I mean, we're trying not to stand out like a sore thumb.
But only on the top of his head.
I don't think that's going to work, Val. Learn to be proud.
No. Yeah, be proud of who you are.
I am proud. I'm just saying, from a tactical advantage, certain colours of Dragonborn don't like each other. So, if I could change colour, if we've met somebody who was hostile to, you know, my specific colour, it would have been interesting to know if I could change colour or not.
First of all, Val, half the time we don't know that until it's too late.
Fair point.
And
Second
two,
of
that's so
all-
messed up. You don't change yourself to suit others. Ugh,
Then why do I sell transmutation potions?
because some people are idiots, that's why.
Wait, you sell transmutation potions?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sandal's sat on the floor. He's digging through his bag of holding and he pulls out a conch shell. He whispers into it. Fiona's hair colour change permanent. And then puts it to his ear.
You hear the sound of lightning crashing and the roaring of a storm, which you get to mean no.
He kind of like puts the conch shell back, says nothing.
So, anyway, bark skin and a greater healing potion. Can you combine these? And if so, how much?
Yeah, I can combine them. So standard fee for a bark skin potion is probably 200 gold. Standard fee for a melding is 300 gold, especially if you're providing the greater healing potion.
Which I will be, so...
So 500 gold in total.
Sure, why not? Here you go, and she'll give
Okay.
her one of her greater healing potions.
You watch as she goes over to a spare cauldron, pours that potion in, and then a brown-coloured potion. And you watch as the reaction begins, and it begins really violently as the potions try to mix, and it's like it's about to explode. But she then like starts tapping on the edge of the cauldron and stirring, and the reaction begins to slow down. And you watch as she's stirring and muttering, the colours begin to slowly mold together. And she then
Fascinating.
snaps a finger.
Sandal's going to be watching this carefully. See
Yeah,
if
you
he
can hear.
learn
You can
anything.
hear from Haslick's link. You don't hear any sound. You just hear the scribbling of a quill on paper.
Yeah. So we're both kind of like, take notes,
Mhm.
take notes, take notes.
She then glances up, sees you watching so intently. Like her bloodshot eyes narrow, and then there's a dome of darkness appears around her as she does the next few steps.
Crap. Wait. I'm gonna do... No, I'm not gonna do that. That would be stupid, actually. But I would be able to see what she's doing, and then it would be in the diary. But I'm not gonna risk getting
only there.
blinded by the rest of the town just for that.
It's about 20 seconds, and then the dome of darkness drops, and she's now stood away from the cauldron, and the stick is stirring it itself. And she goes, come back in about an hour? Yeah,
Sure. why
that'll
not?
be ready then.
We've kind of
Okay.
run out of places to go.
Yeah. What else are we going to do tonight?
It's at this point, as you guys are leaving there, you all feel a tug on your consciousness. I need you all to make a charisma saving throw, please.
Man.
+3 if you stood next to me.
Oh, but it's a +3. hang on. I think I have something that might help me with that. Let me just double check what that item does. I don't think it counts for charisma. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my clockwork amulet. So that means that it's a 10 plus. What was it? Plus 4?
Plus 4, so 14.
Yeah. Yeah, 14.
Yeah,
So that's
none
now
of you have passed.
won't. Oh, bollocks.
Well, not even
None of you
at
have passed.
25.
Not even the 25 on Blossom is high enough.
It has
As you
22.
all-
Plus
Yeah,
3
Blossom
for
rolled a
being next to
25.
me.
Yeah, not even a 28 for Blossom's high enough.
What's the point in
crap.
us
That
rolling it?
all-
that
then?
includes anyway, but I'm guessing we were supposed to fail this anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you suddenly find yourselves stood in what looks like a nicely appointed meeting room, but the walls are black. There's like no other windows or doors, and you see sat in the main chair a slightly glowing form of Brazag. All of your forms as well are slightly glowing. There's just this very faint glow
That
around
might
your
be
skin.
fairy fire.
Well, it's
No, that's
certainly
not
a
that
way
bad.
of communicating. Good evening, Brazag. Pleasure.
Oh, good afternoon. Please have a seat. This is a time-dilated meeting. I do not have much time. I have pulled you from your consciousnesses here to the astral plane so that we can have this meeting. Let's make this quick. I have other business to attend to.
Okay,
When
we'll
you
get straight to
return-
business. What a slutty.
Slard are creatures that live in limbo. Why?
Because they're messing with things in our reality, and I want to know what they're up to.
I see. Sounds like something that is going to take more than a cursory meeting to deal with.
Yes. Also, on a side matter, a certain diamond has gone missing, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be the only one. I can't really explain how I know this, but I feel it's a matter of urgency that we find out what the fuck these stones are and why certain bad elements want them.
What?
Don't think you'd really believe me if I told you it has something to do with the Raven Queen, but some
You
big
hear a-
bad nasty thing
you hear
wants
a-
them, and I want to know why.
You hear a voice from behind Brazag's chair goes, "The crystals?" And you watch as a small, pink-haired, pixie bob cut gnome steps out. One you all recognize, Wilma
Well,
Whitcraft.
I'll be.
But-
Wilma, what?
But her eyes are milky. She's blind.
Wilma?
Oh. No, not Wilma. No, I'm not Wilma.
Oh, okay.
Just,
Look like
I
her.
obviously just have a resemblance to her. Ert, at this point on the telepathic channel to Val goes, "That's Wilma."
Okay.
I know
Mm.
that. I know Wilma. That's not just someone who looks kind of similar to Wilma. That is exactly Wilma.
She must have a reason to be hiding who she is for the moment, so should probably just
Play it. Yeah.
play it by ear.
The Wilma lookalike goes, I'm just Brazag's secretary. You can call me Willama."
Right.
Huh,
Fair enough.
I'll nip back behind the chair now. Sorry. And she ducks
No,
back
you
behind
said-
the chair.
You said about the crystals. Come back.
The
Oh.
diamond of Maham is missing. I know there are other stones similarly given to people by the gods or something.
Brazag
I
at
didn't
this
find out
point
much in the library
holds
myself.
up a hand and goes, "This requires a deeper meeting, especially now that someone." And you notice he glances behind the chair with a proper look, and you hear someone behind it go, "Sorry." Now that someone has opened their mouth, However, I cannot
That
just
wasn't
free
me,
up
right?
time. No. Cannot just free up time willy-nilly.
I don't know
You
how much time we've
are
got for either of these things, to be honest.
you are adventurers, correct?
Yes.
Then perhaps if you do my city a favor, I
Figures.
can organize a meeting. Bear in mind, though I rule this city as the High Master, I have duties and responsibilities, and there are people. Do you know how the hierarchy works here in Ingbrook?
Not really. Do enlighten.
Partially it is voted. Partially the High Master is voted in and chosen by ballot carefully. But among the actual schools of magic, we operate dead men's shoes.
Ah,
It's
so
not.
you're this until you die.
I'm this until someone else comes and proves themselves better than me
Oh, okay,
and
that
takes
makes
my
sense.
place. That it's not official. It's not the official way of doing things. But when someone finds that they can no longer climb through the ranks anymore because the person above them is in the way, a little friendly magical competition is not frowned upon. And should someone have an accident, well, their successor is obviously better. Is the idea.
Subterfuge. I didn't peg you for that sort of thing.
We are wizards, my dear. In the pursuit of knowledge, we will do many different and stupid things.
Enough, so what do you have in mind? What do you want us to do?
As I said, I have to take. If I am seen giving you a free audience for no reason, that will be used against me in political circles. However,
Right.
there is a number of ways you can get an audience with me
Like the Arcana?
without it coming. The Arcanum is one, yes. There are also two issues that I believe you could be uniquely placed to assist with. Possibly three, actually. Yes,
Hmm.
three. The first, the artificers have been complaining. They have a demiplane that they normally throw scrap into. Just a giant junk pile. But recently, things have been going missing into it. Rare minerals have been seen flying off of workbenches into portals, and so on and so forth. We have sent a team into to investigate, and they did not respond. This is obviously concerning. Perhaps a team of adventurers would be better suited to getting to the bottom of it. I don't know.
Well,
Next is we have.
I don't think this has got anything to do with that guy you saw.
Next, we have a number of disappearances of people, mainly around the outskirts of the shopping and entertainment districts. No signs of battle or combat, and my guards have not managed to find where they have gone. There is no link or reason behind these disappearances, and their cards state that they are still within Ingbrook somewhere. The location aspect is still saying they are within the city. Perhaps if you would investigate that, you could perhaps find more with your more diverse skills.
Does seem
The
quite
final one,
concerning.
indeed, so far it's been 25 people who have gone missing, mainly low-level casters up to sort of mid-level mages. So it hasn't reached the upper echelons of the schools yet as a major concern. I, on the other hand, feel it needs looking into.
Indeed.
Finally, the last thing is our apothecaries, the apothecary guilds and workers in the apothecary district have had resources going missing. Could be people taking them for their own research, people embezzling, this the usual sort of political nonsense. But they need some. They have some big research project on, and they need someone to go and fetch some more of a particular plant. That would also be a possible thing you do. If you would provide that for them, I could provide a meeting to thank you for such. But those are the 4 sort of options I can think of off the top of my head that would allow you a face-to-face, in-person meeting with myself.
What do you guys think?
Do all of them, and then we'll have all the time in the world.
Don't think we have all the
If
time in the
you
world to
could.
do all of them.
Yes, that's true.
You know, if you did, that would be wonderful, but that is up to you. 1 will suffice, but more would provide more leverage for me.
We're
Fair enough.
probably have a discussion on what route, what order, what numbers of these 3 that we take on. However, we're kind of limited
Shows the
by our
card, yeah.
accesses. So
He
if
just
you want us to do
Snaps
stuff,
his fingers, and you watch as all your cards glow, and it changes from tourist to guest. I've changed the approvals. You will now have access to the Artificers District, the Apothecary District,
The library?
and not the library. Sorry, you don't have enough pull here for that.
Fair enough.
And the Artificers, the Apothecary, and also to the guards' barracks in case you wanted to question any of them. I will also notify the heads of each of those districts that you are potentially coming, and I cannot order them to be helpful, but I can order them to at least be polite.
Fair enough. Odd question. Have you ever heard of a group called the Faceless?
I've read information reports about them. A bit of a cult, a bit of a problem in Maham, which I believe you took an end to.
The bad element that I was talking about in terms of wanting. We have reason to believe they have the Diamond of Maham, and we think they're after the others.
Interesting.
So, just
I
a little
will-
warning to keep an eye out. Look for this symbol, and then she's going to draw that sword symbol that we found
Yeah.
way back
Yeah,
when.
Black dagger.
Please
yeah.
keep an eye out, just in case we can't get to you in time. I cannot stress how important it is that they do not find the others.
Trust me.
Perhaps when we have a more in-depth meeting, I can explain exactly what I've seen. But
Yes, unfortunately, he sort of glances, like,
As a
you see
favor.
his eyes glow, and he goes, Drat, time is up. My new in-person meeting is here. I'm returning you to your bodies now. It has been about 5 seconds since you left. Goodbye. And
bye.
you will snap back to consciousness in your own bodies. As you were literally just still walking out of the melting pot.
Well, that's
Yeah.
jarring. Ugh,
I knew
need
the
to look
fumes
into
in here were strong, but
That was trippy, right? I figured he'd pull something like this. Got to show off.
The elven woman is just like, you all just froze for a second and your energies just went really weird.
Yeah, we're tripping, man.
Do you want another
Right.
toke?
Nah, I think I'm good. I've seen enough shit today.
Okay.
We'll get out of the way. Maybe we should retire for the evening.
well, we're going to come back in an hour
It's
for.
still-
Oh, yeah, we
Listen,
got to
it's
come back in an
about
hour,
midday.
yeah.
Yeah, it's only about midday. You guys have
We'll
been
find
shopping for the
something,
morning.
find something to do or something, and then
Okay.
yeah, we'll come back and get my new and improved potion.
Okay. So you can see
Maybe
there
it's
is a
time-
number of sort of like
Mm.
foods, like food stalls and like street food vendors that you could go to.
Oh,
Or
any
you
gift
guys
shop?
There's probably a gift shop, yeah, if you want a
I need
gift
to
shop.
gotta find something for Gunter. I always buy him something when we go out somewhere to
Yeah.
bring back to
There's
him.
various jewelers and that sort of thing. If you wanted something like that.
Something spicy. If you know what I mean.
Spicy.
Spicy. not
Roll
not
it-
spicy
What does
hot,
that
hot,
mean?
spicy.
Roll an investigation check.
Oh, come on! 16.
16. After a bit of searching through the shopping district, you find a store tucked away a little bit carefully, and you can see whereas the rest of the places had like families and that sort of thing, this store seems to be singles or couples going in, and that's it. And above the door reads the sign "Whips and Wands."
Ah, this is just what I need. I'll be right back, darlings. She's gonna go in and I'm gonna go have a look. See what cool thing I can find.
As you walk in,
Be
you
right back.
see stood behind the counter. There's a couple of like people in there looking through what looks like a couple of displays. But stood behind the counter is a very large, built orcish woman, dressed in very tight leather, with very well endowed and a number of piercings. And she looks down at you and goes, "Come, how can I help you?"
Looking for a gift for my Beau.
Interesting. That's what most people come here for. Any idea what he's interested in?
I mean, he's interested in a lot.
Okay.
It's easy to list things he isn't. I'm not there, by the way.
It's what he's, I was just
It's
gonna say,
probably a good
please,
job,
Sandal,
to be honest.
drag him in here. Let's get him another girl for his harem.
No, Xandel's sat outside. He's
Thank you
fiddling
all.
with the gauntlet.
She goes,
I didn't think that.
"How about our magical beginners set?" And she gets out a blindfold, a couple of candles, and a few sets of rope. Along
That's
with what
cute,
looks
but
like
we
a
have like
paddle.
2 of those, so...
Hang on. First, the blindfold. She places it over your eyes, and you're
Oh,
suddenly
okay.
looking at yourself. You're looking at
Oh,
yourself. And as she
alright.
moves the head, the vision moves. This can be set between partners to, whilst one can't see, they see through the eyes of the other.
Okay, what do the candles do?
The candles, one, she lights it and lets it melt and then drips it onto your back of your hand. But instead of it being hot, it's freezing cold.
Ah, he's frost resistant though.
Well,
Maybe
okay,
one that does
fair
the
enough.
opposite? Maybe just standard candles would probably work for him.
She
Might
then
work on me,
lights the
though.
second
Actually,
candle,
no,
which is like the second candle is like a light pink. That one was a light blue. This one, she drips the wax onto the back of your hand, and suddenly there's just this tingling sensation that spreads through your hand.
Right, okay. And what does the rest do?
That she looks at the ropes and just says, "Corset," and the ropes just launch at you, wrap and tie themselves around you, not restraining you in this case, just accentuating. They are just tight enough to be tight, but not too tight.
Okay, I changed my mind. This is perfect. Can I get it gift wrapped?
Do you want the paddle to see what the paddle does first?
Sure, what does it do?
She then picks up the paddle, holds it behind you, lets go. It floats in the air for a second, and then whoosh,
Well,
by itself.
this is brilliant. Perfect. Gift wrapped a lot. How much?
25 gold.
Sold.
Thank you very much. She wraps it all up, puts it in a plain black bag, and hands it to you.
Thank you, darling. I'm
No
sure he'll
problem.
love it.
Feel free to come back if you want
Good
to
luck.
be any more adventurous.
Might go and see if anyone else wants to come and have a look. I'll be right back. And I'm just going to go
Okay.
outside. Sandal, you will not believe what is in there.
You're on mute.
Make a deception check.
You're muted. I haven't
Sandal's
said,
kind
I'm
of
just
just
saying you
sat
will not
on the
believe what's in
floor.
there. I haven't like lied technically yet.
Sandal's kind of sat there on the floor with like the gauntlet in hand and a screwdriver in hand, and, like just pieces of like metal. Given the name of the store, I'd rather not know. I probably
all sorts of-
already know.
You already know.
Sandal, make an intelligence saving throw.
28.
28. You feel that. You feel the lid of that knowledge trying to rattle free, but you manage to slam it back down.
Nope.
You should totally go check it out. Maybe you could find something nice for Finnery in there. Hmm?
Given
Sure,
how
waggle her
excited you
eyebrows.
were when you came out. I fear for my life.
You're not fun.
On another note, getting back to business, is it worth us going and chatting to the heads of sheds of each of these tasks and just getting as much
Getting
detail
the
as we
lowdown?
can?
Yeah, that's
And then we
not
can
a bad
discuss a
shout.
plan this evening on which one we might do or which ones we're considering. Bear in mind, tomorrow is also the big event, so
Yeah, got them.
we've got a whole host of options, but I would rather have the info.
More information. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure, let's go. I'm gonna like whisper to Vienna all the stuff that I saw in the store on as we're walking.
Thing is, with
Fair enough.
Vienna, she's just like, why would you do all of this for fun?
Why wouldn't you do it for fun?
Not supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be cruel and painful.
You like
I mean,
pain,
Talia,
huh?
you saw some stuff like that in there as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, I mean, maybe you should get some of this, and she's like, there's lots of things in there for every type of interest.
Yeah, Vienna's just kind of like, it's difficult to explain that these things are actually used for torture for her, not for pleasure.
Yeah, it's to their own.
Okay. So, where are you guys heading first?
Should we do the apothecary one first? Because I think that's the simplest of what
Yeah.
plants do we need to find.
I don't like to say that gathering plants is simple, but sure. I mean, the last time we went to gather something that looked nice, we had to fight a hydra. What was it? Was it a hydra?
It was a Hydra, yes.
Yeah.
Fair.
I do
But still.
have a sneaking suspicion that these other problems may appear themselves.
Yeah, probably.
So I guess
Yeah,
apothecary?
let's go.
Yeah,
apothecary.
let's go.
How many, like, I know we've changed from, like, visitor to guest. There was stars on...
How many stars
How
do we
many
have now?
stars
Two?
do we have?
Your stars haven't changed.
Okay.
The stars are an indication of your spellcasting level.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They have to be a test. The cards have just been changed to give you some extra access with the portals.
Okie doke.
So, as you guys leave the shopping district back through the marble archway back to that same bottom of the crystal tower with the multiple archways, you move around until you find the one that reads Apothecary District. Passing through the archway, you suddenly find yourself in... I'm guessing someone just posted a funny gif. I'm not going to look.
No, Aaron yawned and it made me yawn.
Oh,
Ben yawned and it made me yawn.
Yeah, we just saw the Mexican wave of yawns.
Passing through the marble archway again, you feel this seamless. You feel this seamless transition of space, and you suddenly find yourselves in what feels like looks like a corridor, but you can see out of all of it around you into what looks like labs with multiple cauldrons set up, and some of these cauldrons are like industrial-sized vats. And you can see people in robes walking along, talking to each other, carrying sheaves of paper or weird-looking boxes full of ingredients or vials of like rattling or smoking liquids. Just everywhere you look, there's just people moving around.
I guess we find
Corridor.
somebody somewhere that says big boss office or head of apothecary guild or...
After asking around and getting pointed in the right direction, you can see that this main corridor goes on and then opens up into this large area, and all these rooms, like the buildings, they're all like these see-through glass buildings, and you can see all of each one set up as an individual lab. And this isn't like you can't see anything happening here that is centralized. This is all individuals working in the same space towards different goals. You can see in one room what looks like someone feverishly working over a potion. In another, you can see someone who seems to be testing reactions. And they're all making their own notes, and no one's like interacting with each other more than just sort of greetings or that sort of thing. This isn't like a research department or anything like that. This isn't anything government. These are all individual alchemists who are doing their own thing, just in a designated, this is your area. This is where you go to do your thing if you're not at home. But eventually someone points out to you there is like a central crystalline office. And stepping inside, you see a furbolg man currently stirring a cauldron. And he sort of looks up and goes, "Oh, hello, can I help you?"
We're looking for someone who is having trouble finding certain
A
regions.
material.
Ah, okay, so you're the ones Brazag sent?
Yeah.
We just want to talk about it. Just see what.
Okay. I'm head alchemist Griff. So a couple of us are working on a couple of
Sorry.
different projects at the moment. We've had a few things going missing from the general stores, which everyone has access to. So obviously it's put a few people behind. Obviously someone's hit a snag in their research and decided to hoard. It happens. The main thing that we need at the moment is dusk spores. They can be found in the Corwy Woods, just to the north of here, about day and a half's travel.
Right. Is
And-
that the one that's been going missing, or is that?
A couple of things have been going missing. He gets out a clipboard and flicks through it. Yeah, dusk spores is one of them. Elderbrain mucus, dream lilies, and fever fungus. Nothing. It's obviously a couple of different people hoarding or taking a bit extra just in case they need it.
So there's no
it happens.
correlation between the ingredients going missing? Like these don't combine into something dangerous or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
And
Not
these
any. No, go ahead.
are these spores like are they difficult to harvest, or have they got any like outside
not-
of these schools? Have they got like a financial value to them that would
Well, all
incentivize
ingredients
somebody?
have a financial value to them, and the dusk spores they're hard to find because they have to grow in a forested environment without natural light. So there's like a grove in Corwy Woods that's really overgrown, so none of the sunlight gets in, just like a little bit of twilight, which is exactly what the spores like. So that's where we go to harvest them. The only problem is obviously the Corwy Woods are not overly dangerous, but it's not a city. It's got monsters, it's got beasts, there's bandits. So we either normally take a expedition with a number of the soldiers, or sometimes we hire the Black Claw Guild out of Silverwood to go and collect them. But
The Black
obviously-
Claw Guild, I've heard of them.
yeah, they're pretty useful up here. They hunt things or collect things for you if you pay them enough. But obviously, Brazag said that you guys could maybe do it as well, so we're just holding off on sending the contract to them in case you want it.
Got a
Okay.
couple of different things circling around
Check
us
out.
at the moment, so
Okay. Well,
Can-
come back here if you want. That's
We'll let you
absolutely
know
fine.
if we take on the contract.
Yeah, we'll consider
Okay.
it.
I'll give you a day. If you haven't come back by then, I'll be contacting the Black Claw Guild. So
Alrighty.
okay.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information.
Okay.
Also, given the way your
Uh,
cauldron's bubbling, I would not add that plant there. You're gonna end up coming out looking more burnt than the cat from the shop. With that, Sandra
flickering
just kind of
flame.
like, Yeah.
You see as he turns back to the cauldron and then adds the plant, but then rapidly stirs and stops that reaction that you said.
He's just like, oh, amateur. Right, well, that's going to take too long.
Yeah.
The Arcanum is probably going to be the first thing we do, and then depending on how well we do that, if we can get an audience straight from that, happy days. If not, then maybe we can do that mission. Depending on what the other
like I
missions
say,
sound like.
It's currently 1 o'clock-ish, so
Yeah.
you've still got time in the day today.
Go to the others and get the lowdown.
Yeah, we can get low down to the next one, so...
Okay, where would you like to go next? The Artificers or the Barracks?
Let's do the Artificers. Why
Yeah,
not?
leave barracks till last.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, you head back through these crystalline lab-like buildings, back to the marble gateway that leads you back. You move to the next marble gateway that reads Artificers District. And this time, as you pass through, you find yourself in well-lit underground caverns where the heat is intense. And you can see the reason why is there is lava spewing out of the walls and in channels, which then leads into various workshops, and you can see people dunking raw metal into the lava and then beating it with large hammers, making things, whereas in other workshops there is bright lights as people carefully tool bits of metal into the right shapes, and there are other workshops where you can see arcane flashes and blasts of electricity going off all over the place.
Nice.
This is Andal. This is like a dream come true. This is like perfect workshop. You can see like specially made tools just to make cogs, and it's just like, okay, wow.
Xandal is definitely taking this all in, and he's especially impressed by the fact that they're using lava to forge metal, because he'd never have thought of that, because of like the fact that lava is essentially molten rock and it could cause
Yeah.
like splits and defects, etc. He's like, huh.
But you can see as they're dipping it in and pulling it out, none of the lava's sticking to the metal. They're
Just using the heat, so they're not having to use a
pulling
forge.
the
Mm.
rock that's pulling the lava off after they've dipped it in.
Pretty
But
clever.
eventually you are pointed, after asking around, a couple of dwarves and gnomes sort of point you in the right direction for the head artificer's workshop. And as you open the door and look inside, you can see this large workshop with a number of what looks like half-finished automatons and what looks like some form of automated cart of some kind. And you see 2 figures. And one of them comes rushing up to you at high speed and stops in front of you and goes, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Quick Shell. Nice to meet you. And it is a turtle. Very slim, the shell actually quite hugging to the body. And she is like properly just like shaking all your hands really quickly and is moving, like blurring in place. And she's like, nice to meet you. I'm Quick Shell. Nice to meet you. Hey,
Are you hasted right now? Jesus.
Yeah, I'm constantly under the effects of a haste spell. It's really good.
Oh,
And then you hear
don't
from
you get
on the back,
exhausted?
oh, slow down, Quick. And you watch as a very large, fat Harengan comes strolling along. Just this portly belly, big muscular arms, and his ears tied up above his head. And he
Oh
goes,
my god, we've got a tortoise and a hare reference. This is brilliant.
Opposite. We're opposite. They're opposites.
he
The
goes,
turtle's the fast
"Nice.
one and the rabbit's the slow one.
Nice to meet you. I'm Slow River. How can we help you people?
You had some
Did,
stuff go missing.
has Brazag mentioned that we were coming by?
That was Brazag said. Yeah. Yeah, I see that, Quick. Okay. Well, welcome. So, yeah, we've had stuff going missing. He sort of guides you over, and you see Quick's like gone and is over where he wants to take you, and is like tapping her feet and waiting. and he just very slowly is walking across there. Eventually, you get to where he's pointing, and there is this like metal like vault door, and he pulls the handle and opens it, and you can see within there's just this black swirling hole. He goes, this is the portal we normally dump scrap into. You know, iron shavings, pieces that haven't quite gone right. All the workshops around here have these as the access. Not all of them have the door though. That me and Quick put that in because we didn't want to fall in. Yeah. I sometimes trip. It's not good. Not good. If I trip, I have to go in my shell and then I skid and it goes whee. Yeah, it's quite funny to watch. But yeah, recently, if we've been leaving, rare minerals or something too close to these, he reaches down, picks up what looks like a lump of, like a really dark grey ore, which, Xandal, you would recognize as being mithril. And he places it down, and you watch as a couple of seconds later, it just goes into the portal. That's been happening.
Maybe don't leave them near them.
Well, yeah, that's why I put the door in as well, because I can close the door and it doesn't do that. But obviously other people haven't put that in. We sent a contingent of soldiers and guards in through the actual like people portal to that demi-plane. They haven't come back. Big concerned. I mean, I can guide you folks to that portal if you want, and you can go in. It's up to you.
Not quite yet. We're just getting a scope of all of the issues, and then we're going to decide which missions we take.
You know when Quick went in, did Quick not see anything out of ordinary?
Oh, Quick's never actually fallen in. That's why we put the door in initially to stop Quick from going in. She nearly did once, and that's when I decided to put the door in for safety.
That's understandable.
I mean, it's not a problem if someone goes in there. They can, like I say, we've got a portal that lets people in and out. We could activate and close that, but it's basically a junk plane, so people don't really go in there.
The non-people portal, so the ones in front of us, is that like omnidirectional, or does that go both ways?
No, only in.
Okay,
that
so
one
nothing,
only lets people in.
Nothing ever comes.
I mean, I've never seen anything come out of them, and they're meant to be, up. The idea is that these ones open up in the air, and the stuff just drops down onto the piles below.
It's like a pretty dangerous thing. Should it go wrong,
Well, yeah, we've had people fall in there before, but the minute we realize they are, we send a team, open up the main portal and bring them back out. This team that we sent is the first one that we've never had come back.
I mean, we could always take a quick look, or we could just
I
work out
don't
a plan
particularly
later.
want to go into a portal where there is a potential that we don't come out, because what if we're in there for a long time and then by the time we get back it's too late and everything is pure chaos?
I mean,
Fair point.
Listening to all this, Xandal's going to sort of like prod Haslick a little bit and see what his thoughts on this might be, because he's probably listening quite intently given like where we
Magic
are.
Stuff,
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing that I know of that could be. I mean, there are creatures that eat metal, I suppose. Oozes are one. There's supposed to be some kind of insectoid creature I know that feasts on rust. I don't know much beyond anything like that. My domain has a few scrapyards, but nothing particularly like this has ever happened there, I'm afraid, Xandal. And especially considering it's a demi-plane, it should be fairly secure from such outside influences. But if something's gotten in and can't get out, then I don't know for certain.
I'm having a thought. Let me just twist your noodle on this one a little bit, because there are reports of people going missing.
Indeed.
This is a magical land where there are a lot of planes that have collided and a lot of demi-planes that have collided that probably really shouldn't have been collided.
I did
Why?
read a theory once. If
Of
one were to...
people changing?
No. You say that there's... have you noticed how they've made these demi-planes, Sandal?
It's like they've stitched them together.
No. It's the towers. The towers are the housing for the demi-planes. It's a crystal matrix. They have
Oh.
enchanted the crystal in such a way that each layer of the crystal is a separate demi-plane. There is so much storage and so much space available because they have compressed it into these two giant intertwined arcane crystals. However, when you do something like that, you're not going to be able to stack things quite perfectly. There's going
No.
to be gaps. There's going to be empty spaces. What's to say that there isn't? For example, in my domain, if one reaches the edge, if I will it, I can close the edges of my domain to stop people from leaving or from coming. But at the same time, if I don't close them, people end up walking into the mist. Normally, the mist begins to try to kill them. Unfortunately, that is the way of the mists. But what about their demiplanes? When you reach the edge, what happens? Do you just...
What are they
I know
connected
some
to?
demiplanes are just circular. You walk off one edge, you come back in the other. Some demiplanes, you walk out one bit, you come back in exactly the way you left. Some demiplanes, you walk to the edge and you smack into an invisible wall. But what's happening with theirs? Something to consider. Could be that if there is gaps between the edges of their planes, maybe there's cracks. Maybe something found a way in.
Maybe.
Food for thought.
Thank you. Indeed.
Well,
yeah,
if,
Sandal's
folks,
like done for this.
if you folks want to take a look, like I say, I can escort you down to the access portal. We'll boot it up, leave it running, and then you can go in, have a look, come back out, or go in, sort whatever's in there, come back out. It's entirely up to you. Or
Perhaps
if you've got
later.
other business to do, yeah, feel free.
I think
Got
either
no
way,
problem.
if we did go down that route, we would need to get some extra supplies, and just on the off chance that things go wrong. So, if we do decide to take this on, it's probably not going to be today. It'll be another day.
Oh,
Yeah.
alright. Well, I'm gonna go take a nap now. This has been pretty tiring. Quick, I'll see you out. And you watch as he just sort of shambles off over to a hammock and flops down into it. And immediately you're gonna say,
Right. Let's go
Quick's just
see
like,
this.
he's gonna leave me to do all the
Us.
work again. Okay. Come on. Let's go. And she guides you back to the front door and sees you all out.
Bye.
Well,
Bye.
before
Yeah,
we leave,
yeah.
how is it that you're constantly under the effect of haste, and how are you not dead?
Yeah, what
Oh,
about exhaustion?
She turns and shows you her shell. And Xandal, there is mechanical equipment in her shell. And you can see there is like a number of gems and circuitry, and she goes, this is a speed regulator. It actively constantly affects my motion and speed and keeps me speeded up. It's not quite a haste spell, it's more of an enchantment effect with some artifice thrown in. It's really, really cool. And I don't have to worry about the exhaustion effect because this regulates everything for me.
You don't suppose you have any schematics for that? Can you imagine how unstoppable Blossom would be if we could get her this?
Kind of need a shell to work mine. I don't know whether I could make it work for a normal person, not without, cutting out bits of them and putting it in.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Bye, 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 bye. And she closes the door.
Wow, I really hope the barrack, but I really hope the barracks are at least normal.
If
You know?
she damages even just one of those diamonds,
What would happen? She blow up?
essentially, yes. There may be
Haslick in
no
your head goes,
regulation.
the main problem would probably be if she damages one of those diamonds, the accumulated time would hit her all at once and probably age her into dust.
Oof.
If my theorizing is correct. That's Haslick to Zandal.
Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
Yeah. I know, I'm just saying oof in
Um,
general.
Yeah, he will also surmise that, like, depending on the gel that's broken, she may never be able to slow down ever. And
Wow.
essentially run herself into oblivion.
That would be pretty bad. Cool idea.
And he'll also, like, mention the aging thing as well.
Wow. Wow, so she's like fucked.
She's a ticking time bomb.
Wow. Right, well let's go see the barracks. Ask about the missing
Okay.
people.
As we en route to the barracks, I just go, so we've got one that could potentially be we go to another plane, beat the shit out of a big bad monster and come back. And then
Or
we've
get
got
trapped there forever and yeah.
there is that. And then we've got another one which is a day and a half's travel, probably a while collecting some stuff and a day and a half back. That's
Which takes too long.
yeah.
I'm beginning to think this Arcanum business is probably our quickest thing, but then we need to think about... We should probably ask around about what type of things they do.
Yeah.
And think of some kind of show, I guess. Figure out what we need to do to garner enough attention that we win or something. And hope that we do, so we don't have to do any of these other jobs, because frankly, other than the missing persons thingy, I'm not really...
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned of all the jobs taking too long. I don't feel like we have time.
Okay.
So, off we trot to the barracks.
So, yeah, you again make
Yeah.
your way through the portal back to the portal nexus and move your way to the portal marked guard barracks. Passing through that, you find yourself in a moderately well furnished, comfortable, sort of old manor house. And you can see a lot of the rooms have been turned into like bunk rooms. There's like rooms where people have set up desks for reports. As you go through, there is like a central area with a desk, and you see sat behind that a young woman currently filling out paperwork, and she looks up and goes, "Yes, can I help you?"
Brazag sent us. You got a missing person problem or something needs looking into?
yes,
We wanted to get some information to decide if we wanted to help or not.
Okay, 1 second. She folds up a piece of paper and throws it, and you watch as it flies off as like a paper airplane. About 2 minutes later, a young gnomish person comes running up, going and stops in front of you, dressed in the same sort of guard mage uniform. They go, hello, nice to meet you. I'm McSweeney. I'm the detective in charge of that case. What do you want to know?
Missing
Brass-
purple.
Brass facts. How many? What kind of locations? If there's anything.
Any
that-
connection?
So, 25 so far. Majority of them from the entertainment or shopping districts, although we have recently had a couple go missing from the student district, which is a little concerning. But they've been at the edges of the districts, people on their own, no eyewitnesses, no signs of struggle. I can take you to one of the locations if you want.
Sure.
We had someone who saw the person and told us where their last known location was. So, follow me then. And he walks you back out of the guard district, back into the entertainment district. And you
Anything
come
that
back
ties
into
these
again.
people together? Sorry.
No, all different walks of life. We had what was like a farmer who was just in the entertainment district just to pick up, well, just to have a meal, really, just came to have a couple of drinks. We have a couple of low-rank mages. Like I say, a couple of the students went missing. A few stall owners. Nothing
It's pretty
particularly special.
random.
Yeah, seems so. As he walks with you through the night time of the entertainment district, as you come out the gateway, he immediately turns right and leads you round it and behind it until eventually you reach what looks to be a natural edge to this area. Like this whole entertainment district is in what's like a large bamboo forest, and you come to the edge of a very thick patch of bamboo, and he goes, last one was a young female mage, just broken up with by her boyfriend, was seen walking along the edge here by a passerby, and then was reported missing the next day by her mother. Feel free to look around.
Let's have a look around, see if there's any clues as to why they've gone missing then, I guess.
And
Go
there's-
ahead.
Let's
and
split it up and
roll.
look for clues, gang.
Go ahead and roll investigation checks, whoever wants to.
I'm going to give myself advantage with Strings of Fate.
Yep. Okay, so you activate See Fate.
19?
I have not rolled
Okay.
much tonight, but what I have rolled has not been great.
It's not been bad either.
Eh,
Hmm.
It's been middle of the road.
All the way
12,
through.
Okay. So Val and Vienna, you don't really see anything in particular. You're just sort of like glancing around. There's a lot of
Just
footprints
poking
in
the edge.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're sort of poking into the bamboo, and it's very thick. You get the feeling she couldn't have walked into the bamboo. It's obviously the natural domain barrier. It's set up to stop people from trying to go any further.
Hmm.
Talia, with your military training, you do notice,
Really?
though there is a lot of footprints and that sort of thing here, there is one section where there is an impact mark
Mm.
of the sort of shape that a body would make when it falls, and then there is what looks like drag marks. And Xandal, with what you and Haslick were just talking about, you sort of look at the edge of the bamboo and you notice there is one section where it is ever so slightly thinner, and it's where those drag marks lead to.
You've seen these drag marks, Sandor?
Yeah, they're going through that piece of bamboo there.
It's like they were knocked to the ground and then dragged away. Abduction. Maybe, but by
Yeah.
what? Let's have a look at the thinner
Xandal,
area of bamboo.
with
I guess.
23, you do notice amongst the bamboo just a small couple of strands of what looks like webbing.
It's Delilah. The cow wasn't enough.
She's upset.
Question. And he sort of like turns around and actually kind of like looks down at the gnome for a change of looking up
Yeah.
at everyone.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the natural end of the planes that are holding this place together, yes?
Yeah, this is the edge of the entertainment demi-plane, yeah.
What does this plane connect to? Via
Nowhere.
this end.
The only nothing. The only way between the planes is through the gates.
Then why is it so thin in just this section? There's
I
drag
may have
marks
a-
going to it. Did you even
It's kind of
investigate
like-
the area where these people went missing?
Well, yeah, we did. we
Then
cast
how did you
all
miss the
sort of
fall?
scrying
How did you miss the
wait,
drag
wait,
marks?
Whoa! We cast all the scrying and information gathering spells we have at our disposal.
Did you use your fucking eyes?
Why would we do that? We've got spells.
Ah, the city is reliant on spells.
We may have more of an issue than just magic.
Magic
And it
doesn't
kind
solve
of
everything, surprisingly.
Points to the web.
I mean,
looks like
to
our
the
friends are
web.
here.
And drag marks. Something has been dragged through somewhere where they shouldn't be able to go. And you couldn't see
mean-
that right in front of you.
Hey, I mean, we've done our investigation, and you guys can take over if you want. That's down to you. If you guys want to investigate this more, go ahead. I'll go back
What
to the
you're
station
telling
and
me
report
is
this.
you're
but-
useless.
Hang on.
I'll go back to the station and report this through the correct channels if you want. But
Have you had any
if you
reports
guys want
of
to do
anything
more,
spider related? Because I think
Anyone
that's what
seen
we're going
anything?
towards.
no.
No.
I mean, we've there's the odd time where the bio research group sometimes makes something really horrible, but nothing that we've had come into the public domains.
Xandal, where are these spider webs? Can you point them out to me? I saw the drag
Yeah,
marks.
he begins pointing them out, sort of like between like the bamboo and the likes. I'm going to cast a spell on myself. Bear with me.
While you're doing that, I'm going to use my second see fate. I'm going to touch the web and see if I can see what happened.
Okay, roll me a wisdom check. Let's see how much. you
Wisdom
get.
check is the top row, straight wisdom, isn't it? So
Yeah, straight wisdom.
no modifier, sadly.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Of course
how
I
much you
fucking
get.
roll shit. 5.
Okay.
Every single
You-
time.
You get vague flashes. A young woman walking. Something moving in the bamboo. A thud. Sound of dragging,
Not
and
really
then there's just a
anything.
soft.
Okay, something definitely dragged her. Made a tittering sound. I think you might be right on the ball with the spider idea.
I'm going to cast on myself. The 5 doesn't count for anything because I'm going with Fox's cunning.
Yep.
Enhance ability, and I'm going to assess to see whether I can identify the type of webbing.
Okay. Go ahead and make an intelligence check with advantage.
I take it you have fur or a feather. You'd probably say you pinched one off Queenie.
Well, he's got a.
it's-
He's got
I-
his
I've
Oh, you
got
got a
kind of
component
thing.
pounce.
which are
Oh, okay.
yeah, spellcasting
Yeah.
focus.
Right, okay.
Intelligence advantage.
I was just checking because I know we're quite bad for spell components.
And
sometimes.
using a Dormammu on top of
Dormammu.
that. I want to make
Yeah. Someone's got to roll something good.
wow. I
What
did
the
not.
We are the worst adventurers ever.
That
I mean,
is a
you all-
13.
You all still have inspiration if you want to use it.
I do not because I was below decks.
You were below deck, yeah.
Should we say? Can we retcon and say that I used my inspiration to roll my wisdom save again, just on the off chance I actually bloody see anything more?
You also have your luck,
So-
don't you?
I do have
She has
luck
a
as
luck
well.
as well.
Yes.
Well,
Well, that would have given me advantage, so maybe yeah.
There's
use
something
it.
niggling at the back of your mind about this webbing. And as you're sort of thinking about it and racking your brain, you hear Haslick hiss. And you just feel this anger flowing from the back of your mind. And he says one word. Chalicerai! And that does trigger something for you, Xandal.
What did you say?
Giant-
Sarai?
Chelakarai. Giant spiders who are spell parasites. They have spell casting ability, but no ability to generate spell energy of their own.
Hey, a
Instead,
bit like Haslick.
they grab spellcasters and can suck life force out of people to turn into spell energy, or grab a spellcaster and drain their spell energy instead, and then use that energy to cast spells.
Xandal just kind of pales a little bit. This
You ready for
place is a
Rabot?
walking buffet.
But by the way, by this point, McSweeney's gone. McSweeney's gone to report that there's
Yeah.
this gap.
I can't believe they don't use their eyes. They just rely on magic so blindly.
Yeah, this place is a walking buffet.
What do you mean?
These spiders feast on magic energy.
Oh, that's... Yeah, this place is definitely a buffet.
Which puts
Everyone in this
pretty
city
much-
is in danger.
including
You-
ourselves.
Sandal, you also know Chelisarai are intelligent. They are sentient. They form
Yeah.
groups and gangs, and they normally have some sort of aim or goal that they work towards with the people they take as conduits for the spells.
Yeah,
So-
I'm basically going to explain as much as I can about them, and I'm taking that this is pretty much a primary lesson learned from the academy as what would present a danger, a direct danger to any form of spellcaster.
Val
But
puts
it's
his
a
hand up.
danger to it's a
What's that,
danger
Val?
to anyone, because like I say, if they can't
Yeah.
find a spellcaster, they will take a normal person. But
Yeah.
then in that case, they just drain life force instead
Maybe
of.
we should
Yeah.
not be
Elf.
stood... Alright, let's back away from the hunting grounds first
Vienna's already
before we
backed
talk
away.
anything else.
Just a quick thought. If they feed on magic and magical energy, and this place is already an all-you-can-eat buffet, does
They must
that
be
mean
fat.
that the event that happens tomorrow is going to be the dessert bar? With everybody showing off their massive magic abilities at a giant show?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, we should... I think you should tell Brazag about this. Even if he can't see us, he should know about this. This is a threat to the entire city.
Yes.
Okay. Brazag, nasty spider things, kidnapping people. What
Eat
do we
magic.
do?
They eat magic. Say they eat magic.
Eat magic people,
Tearing through planes.
possibly tearing through demiplanes. She sort of stands there for a second and goes, "Not get Brazag, got secretary. Says Brazag busy, will pass on message when available."
Too busy dealing with God knows what else, I guess.
You are currently 21 in the queue.
Your call is important to us.
Yeah.
Please stay on the line.
No wonder shit like this is happening. If he's so busy, he's not watching the city. And he has a bunch of idiots who don't use their fucking eyes. They could have figured this out sooner if they had, probably.
What time is it by now? As in game.
Yeah. So I'd say it's like 11:15.
I would say this is a good point to finish, yeah.
I was just
Uh,
asking,
wait,
actually,
wait.
what time is it
Plot twist.
Yeah.
after we've
Oh.
just done this discovery? Is it because it was 1 o'clock when we left the stores?
Oh,
Oh yeah, I need to go
So
back.
it's
Can we go
about-
and get my potion first?
yeah. It's about 2 or 3 o'clock at the moment.
Okay.
It's early afternoon.
I wasn't asking
We're
about
not
our time. I
finished
was
yet,
asking about standard.
Should we just
no,
say
that's
we
fine.
went
We'll-
we went back, got the
we'll
potion,
continue.
and then we've just gathered to discuss our findings or something, and then that'll be the
Yeah,
best we start.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you now have a greater healing potion, which also has bark skin.
Cool.
in it.
Maybe I will
So
add that to my
that-
journal so
that-
I can keep it separate because obviously I don't want to.
Yeah, go
Accidentally
ahead
enter
and add that.
How do I add? Oh, I suppose I can just add custom, can't I?
Yeah.
inventory.
But yeah, what would you all like to do now?
So
Vienna is on edge as the main spellcaster of the group.
We all cast
We all
magic.
Yeah, we
Secondary,
all cast magic, but she's primarily magic. So it's like, nah. So now, usually she likes spiders for obvious reasons, but
Well, if they're intelligent as well, provided they can speak, then you might actually get on well with them.
yeah, that's true. Suppose there's that.
Yeah, Vienna comes out with a pet magic sucker.
Look, I've called him Fluffy.
So we've got two choices. We can either try and keep investigating now, or hope these spiders come out and we just beat the shit out of them tomorrow. Is that kind of what we're thinking?
What, do the Arcanum, blow them out, get them?
Xandal, roll me a. This would be a nature check with advantage.
Yes, because it's an intelligence-based check.
Also, everyone should
Yeah,
wipe off
but
the temporary
also-
hit points
also
because
'cause
we
it's
didn't
out.
Oh.
sleep in the ship, so...
Already
Yeah.
done.
No.
That's it. That's enough. You would know Chelakarai are ambush predators.
Yeah.
They
Makes
don't
sense.
commonly. They don't like fight big battles. They have a paralytic bite. So if they manage to bite someone, generally that's it. That person is
So
incapacitated.
if everyone
unconscious.
stays in big groups, actually, they're probably safe.
But
Pretty
you
much.
also know that
Mm.
if they've managed to get 25 people alone, they've got a lot of spell power behind them now.
Yeah.
Ah,
There's
That's a
also
lot
the
of
fact
swords.
of we don't know how many there are.
Particularly one big one that enters the Arcanum itself.
And they're big spiders that potentially have mithril. Like, they're...
it could be connected, or there could be something working with them, or using them to...
And
Mm.
essentially,
Oh.
we need to figure out primarily how to strengthen these borders.
I guess that's probably something we could discuss with Brazag, so I guess it really does count as to what happens at the Arcanum.
Yeah, I think we need to get the Arcanum out the way and then from there decide.
And
Okay.
maybe
Do any
we
more?
buddy up tonight, not sleeping alone,
Yeah.
just in case.
By the way, at this point has gone up to this thin patch of bamboo and sticks a hand into it.
What are you doing?
What? I just wanted to see what
Get
it
away
did.
from Earth, get away from there now.
As you watch, her hand goes between two pieces of bamboo and just sort of seems to vanish in like a ripple in the air, and then she pulls it out and it's perfectly fine.
Get over here, get away from there. We just said don't
Okay.
go alone, you could have got snapped. Don't be stupid.
I was just looking.
I know you're just looking, but you went and you didn't tell anyone you were going there.
Don't do a me.
Yes, you seen how many
Don't
times
do that.
Val's died? Learn. Stick with us, stick with the group. Don't go anywhere without telling us where you're going.
Okay.
Good girl. Not power on head.
So, come up with ideas, brainstorm ideas for tomorrow,
Yeah.
sleep, have a long rest so that we're energized and everything. Get up early, make plans, and put on a show.
Do you think we ought to gather some information about the Arcanum itself first? See what we're letting ourselves in for.
It's possible we could ask at our Onsen hotel place what normally happens and
What's expected?
yeah,
Yeah.
what has won the last few,
Mm.
because that's probably well publicized. You muted.
I have an idea as a temporary fix, but I think I might need to get permission first.
Mm.
We need to go find that little gnome fella. It's
Well-
great. I get to say someone's little.
Well, that would mean going back to
Okay.
the guardhouse.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to kind of do that first.
So you guys make your way back to the guard barracks, and you can see McSweeney is currently there filling in a report at the desk, just sort of like writing down. You can, as you sort of approach, you can hear him muttering to himself, barriers, edge weakened, drag marks, webbing. Okay. And he sort of hears you approaching and goes, oh, can I help? Did you find
Yes.
anything else?
Not just yet, other than what we'll explain properly at some point. As a temporary measure to help sort of defend that weak point, I need permission to cast a spell on that.
Okay. We can set up a little perimeter around it. That's all right. What spell are you wanting to cast?
Glyph of Warding.
All right, yeah, that's fine. We'll set up a perimeter to make sure no one else goes near it. Just make sure you set your parameter on the glyph carefully.
Yeah. Wonderful. And yeah, he wants to go back and at least cast a Glyph of Warding to prevent against any form of
Okay. Do you have
arachnid or
and-
arachnoid.
Do you have powdered diamond worth at least 200 gold pieces to cast the glyph of warding with?
Shit.
You really want to risk revival diamonds on this? Just tell people to walk in groups and not be alone. That'll do for now.
Mm.
Tell them to stay away from the edges of the demi-planes as well, right?
I do not have that. Let me actually.
Oh, we
I was
have
going to
that.
say,
Let's,
has tried to do it before, and she just didn't have the spell components. She's got diamonds,
Yeah.
but not powdered diamond.
we could get it powdered diamond, but again, do we want to risk diamonds we keep for that?
No, I don't have any powdered diamond.
Were there any gems or jewelers that would have that kind of stuff in the area?
Oh yeah, the shopping district's full of that sort
This
of stuff.
would be the
Because
kind of place we could actually
I
buy
s-
some excess
I
diamonds.
have a 500 gold worth diamond on me that we've kept by for... because we didn't want to keep all our diamonds in one place, and I think we've used the one that was in the book to bring Val back when my dad killed him.
Yeah, I would say this would be a good place to stock up on a couple of diamonds
Probably.
if we can get them.
I
they
have.
Would
are
I
a
have
key
seen-
component in a lot of spells.
Hmm.
Would we have seen any at any of the shops?
Oh yeah, when you were in the shopping district, there was a number of jewelers, a number of magical gem cutters. There was magical gem stores that sold like enchanted gems.
Mhm.
You would assume they'd probably have some regular gems as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to make my way back to the shopping district. Get at
Okay,
least
you make
200
your way back there.
gold piece of.
I'm not going to make you make an investigation check because, like I say, it's pretty
No.
easy to find a gem dealer in a magical city where gems are quite
Yeah.
a key magical component. So it's very easy to find 200 gold pieces worth of powdered diamond.
Yeah.
Have to deduct the 200 gold, please.
Yeah, I'm going to.
And
Uh,
for Revivify, we needed 1,000. A diamond worth at least 1,000, was it?
For a Vivify, I believe it's a diamond worth up to 300 for a Vivify.
Right.
Yeah, 300 diamonds worth 300 gold pieces in total. And for raise, is it Raise Dead level 5? Yeah, Raise Dead, which is the level 5, is a single diamond worth at least 500 gold pieces.
Sure.
Yeah. Once I've got the powdered diamond, I'm going to head back towards the weakened barrier point and cast Glyph of Warding.
Yep.
With the explosion focused on any. Yeah, I have to be careful with the wording here because we don't want some like incy tinsy spider to wander across it and cause a massive explosion.
Right. So, for glyphs, inscribed within an object, approaching within a certain distance of the object, or seeing or reading the glyph. Once a glyph, you can further refine the trigger. You can set certain circumstances or according to physical characteristics, such as creature kind or alignment.
Okay.
You can also set conditions for creatures that don't trigger the glyph, such as those who say a certain password. So if you wanted to set it to spider creatures over a certain size, then you could.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
That would be useful.
Yeah. And I get to choose the damage type. What would I know of like any weaknesses for the spiders?
You know that they do not have any particular weaknesses.
Okay, but
A big boot.
immunity.
A giant boot.
Fire.
Rolled up newspaper.
Acid, poison. Well, there's no poison, but acid. I'm assuming that they're at least resistant to.
You're not sure.
Not sure. Okay.
Dismemberment and fire probably sort them out.
Hoover.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with
A glass and
I'm
a sheet of
surprised-
paper.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Talia's not setting up a pyroclasm mine here.
I don't want to blow up half the city.
Yeah. So I'm gonna set it for
Emergency.
fire damage, as that'll probably garner the most attention to the spot if it was to trigger.
Okay.
Especially as the entire area is made of bamboo, so...
Yeah, I don't want to burn down the demi-plane. That would be pretty bad.
Shoot. Yeah. Lightning damage.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna set it sort of like onto the weakened bamboo, so that literally anything that sort of like crosses through it, that is that spider, is just gonna get instantly zapped.
Zap.
All right.
We'll be in for a shock.
Yeah.
Okay. So you set that, and then I'm assuming, were you guys wanting to buy any other diamonds, or are you just heading back to the?
Yeah. I mean, even if no one else is, I'll buy.
Get a few more.
What, 2 500 and 300 diamonds if there's enough.
We'll buy all the diamonds.
Buy all the diamonds.
Again, there is plenty of diamonds available. You can see that there is one like store that sells itself as like a synthetic gem producer. Like you can see inside, they are actually like growing diamonds out of potions and that sort of thing. They are that key to the culture and the basically everything in this city. Like gems are key to so many spells that it's something that they wouldn't rely on just trade for. They had to find a way to get their own. So yeah, it's not difficult to find. They're a bit bigger maybe than classic diamonds because they are grown, but they'll work just as fine.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to buy 2 of each size, so 2 500, 2 300, to go with the 300 that she's still got.
So that's 1,600 gold.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys would be nearly out of money by now.
Oh, I'm nearly
Plan
out
all
of money.
along, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spend that money.
Val's got like
I'll
7
buy
and a bit
some-
thousand, and still has 6 and a bit thousand.
I'll
Gold.
buy some more charcoal and incense, I think it is, for Queenie. Summoning.
Yep, 10 gold
stuff.
pieces worth. Yeah.
Val's also gonna buy 2 300-piece diamonds.
Yep.
And kind of strap them to himself, just as like a break glass in case Val dies again scenarios.
Okay. Yep. Oh,
Not
dear.
literally, but like he's gonna have them close to hand just in case somebody
Yeah,
needs.
Val,
Yeah,
Val
have them
has got a
engraved, break in
defibrillator.
case of emergency.
Yeah.
Val's just wearing a defibrillator at all times.
Actually, Xandor, can you work that into the glove? Just like if my heart stops, I can use the saved up electricity to try and restart my heart.
Jumpstart your heart. That's brilliant.
Dear.
I like how most
Anyway,
people are like,
after-
it gives me unlimited power. It's like, no, this is to save my ass. It's like, it's defib.
After you guys have finished all of that, you head back to the familiar inn, trudging from the gateway through the snow to the entrance to the classic ski lodge sort of building, entering inside into the warmth of the central area. You do see Lottie is back now, this beginning of the early evening, supervising the unseen servants as they begin serving food and drinks to the customers.
Good evening, Lottie.
Oh, well, come back. Good evening. I have had a message from Brazag. You have had your room downgraded, unfortunately.
Figures.
You're down to just the normal rooms.
Fair enough. We'll just take 2. Then 1 for the girls, 1 for the boys.
That's fine, not a problem. She hands over 2 new keys to you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Food, drink, perhaps?
Yeah, I think probably food and drink, and also if you've got any information on the event that's happening tomorrow. I keep forgetting the name of it.
Oh,
The
Arcanum.
Arcanum, like, what sort of things do you have to do in it, and what sort of things did the last winner do, things like that. We're thinking of entering. We want to know what we need to do.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. So the Arcanum can be pretty varied. Some winners have been people who have gone and presented results of research. I know. Hang on, got to remember her name. I know Phalef Silverfate won about a year ago. She owns the melting pot. Her research into combining potions won her the Arcanum 1 year. She presented the research
It was pretty,
on that. And
she's pretty inspired, that one.
yeah. Another year, some troop won. They used fire magic in conjunction with martial arts, and managed to show off some pretty interesting moves and put on a really good display. Another year, an illusionist won, combined with an evocator, where they put on a bit of a play using illusions and obviously special effects with some magic.
So basically, interesting uses of magic or original ways of doing things.
Interesting or original uses of magic, or some form of groundbreaking research normally is what gets the attention of the judging panel.
Oh, sounds simple enough.
Does it? Xandor, this
I've
one won't
got
be
a
for you.
few ideas, actually. We've got a few things that we can do that I'm pretty sure no one else can, so could show it off.
Do we?
Maybe not too much showy, because we want
I was
to
gonna say, we wanna
not
keep
tap
some-
ourselves out, but yeah.
Hmm.
I got a few tricks that I can do that I think people wouldn't expect me to be able to do, so that aren't really combat useful.
And if worst case scenario, we just cast haste on Blossom and put on a bit of a show.
What's the entertainment?
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
It would be entertaining, but I don't think that's the kind of thing they're looking for.
No, I think it has to be magical stuff. I don't
Mhm.
think anything mundane. Anyway,
I
let's
mean,
let's
people
let's
have-
get some ale in, and then
people have-
we'll go brainstorm some ideas.
People have done mundane things, but linked with magic. Like I say, the monk display was mostly martial arts, just with fire magic used to enhance it. I know another year there was a group of dancers who put on a display using some various forms of magic to enhance that.
Cool. I think we've got some. Maybe we can come up with something. Let's
Yeah, combination of
some
some cool
ale
stuff that
sent
we've
to
got.
our rooms, and let's go brainstorm some ideas.
All right, the ale will be waiting for you when you get there.
Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
No problem. And as you guys head up to your two respective rooms and open them, there is indeed on each table, there is again central common area with a couple of doors leading off in each room. And on the central table, there is a large flagon of ale in each, and a selection of just sort of like nice meats and cheeses, breads, that sort of thing.
Oh,
Probably gonna eat and then sleep.
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
Or eat, sleep,
And
and then, yeah.
Feels like a good place to end tonight's session as the party begins planning what they may do for the Arcanum, or how they may deal with any of the multiple issues that have been placed before them. We'll see what they decide to do next time. But that won't be until after Christmas.
I think the
As our next
16th
session,
we're doing as a Christmas special, isn't it? Yeah.
yes, I have got a Christmas special in the running, and I am going to begin
That's with our
planning
characters, though, isn't it?
yes, it
Yeah.
is an Armatae Christmas special,
Yeah.
including
Yeah.
everyone's favorite NPC, Lady Winter.
Oh, Lady
Oh,
Winter
cool.
again! Yay!
Yeah.
Hot Mama! Yes!
You
wait,
can just
which
see
one's
Seth sinking into a chair. Like, oh god, not
Oh.
her again.
Hell yeah! And
Until
I think
next time, guys.
Christmas jumpers and pajamas will be the outfit. If you have any, are
I do
comfortable.
not. I own no Christmas clothes and no pajamas.
Naked it is then.
No.
No. I don't want to see your baubles. Anyway,
Oh, no.
My
We'll
scent
work around
nips.
it, it's
Guys.
fine.
We'll think of something. Yeah.
Yeah.
See you guys.
once again, guys, sorry for the technical difficulties with cameras and stuff tonight. But
seem to settle out.
hopefully you've all stayed with us and have enjoyed anyway. Until next time, have fun in your own games, stay safe, and hope you enjoyed. See you next
And
time.
don't forget to go and check Magpies and Trinkets Kickstarter. This was sponsored by them, so go check out their Kickstarter as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.